right, welcome everyone. Dario, we looking good? All right. We're going to call the May Long Beach City College Board of Trustees meeting to order. It is now 4:30. We're going to start with roll call. Secretary Reese.
Virginia Baxter.
Here.
Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Annette Morton.
Here.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Here.
Sunny Zia.
Present.
All right. We have a quorum of the board. We're going to go to 1.3 public comment on closed session agenda items. Do we have any public comment in closed session?
None received.
Seeing no public comment, we're going to move to adjourn to closed session we have items 1.4 through 1.9. At this point, we'll be adjourned. Thank you. You were good, Dario? All right, welcome everybody to the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees meeting for May 14, 2025. I'm Uduak Jointuk, Board President and Presiding Officer of the meeting. We're coming back from closed session, back into open session. We're going to start at item 2.1 is called the order here. What are we at? 5:36. And we're going to go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Patterson, would you like to lead the group in Pledge of Allegiance tonight?
Mr. Chairman, can we have him come back for every meeting?
Hey,
To do the flag salute at every meeting?
that's possible. Moving to item 2.3 on our agenda is our African ancestral acknowledgement. We honor the gifts, resilience, and sacrifice of our Black ancestors, particularly those who toiled the land and built the institutions that established the nation's wealth and freedom, despite never being compensated, nor fully recognized for their own sovereignty. We acknowledge this exploitation not only of labor, but of our common humanity. And through this process, we are working to repair some of the harms done by both the public and private sectors. Because of their work, we are here and we invest in the descendants of their legacy. Moving to item 2.7 is our land acknowledgement. Long Beach City College acknowledges our presence on the traditional ancestral land of the Gabrielino Tongva peoples. This land remains unceded territory. We accept this painful history of genocide and forced removal from this territory. Long Beach City College honors and respects the Gabrielino Tongva ancestors and their connection to this land today. We're going to go to roll call of the trustees. Secretary Reese.
Student Trustee Gonzalez,
Present.
Virginia Baxter,
Here.
Vivian Malauulu,
Here.
Enette Morton,
Here.
Uduak Jointuk,
Here.
Sunny Zia.
Present.
All right, we have a quorum of the board. Moving report out from closed session. Oops, sorry, not yet. We have our mission and vision statement on our board of agenda meeting every month as a way to help guide the board on why are we here and what are we trying to do. So this is an opportunity for the board to take a moment and think about an item in the mission or the vision that they'd like to focus on tonight. Item 2.7 is our board rules. Attaches a copy of that. Board member, we do run this meeting by Robert's Rules of Order. Folks need to be recognized before they're able to speak. You may see us having time limits, both on public comment and our own trustee time. We have 5 minutes per trustee, just like members of Congress get 5 minutes to speak. Report out in closed session 2.8. We did have two reportable actions. One, on item 1.6, the Board of Trustees voted unanimously to approve a settlement agreement in the amount of $60,000. On item 7.1, the Board of Trustees unanimously voted concerning an employee termination, vocational technician. And then there's no other reportable action on the other items, and we will have a second closed session at the last half of our meeting. We'll now move to item 2.8, public comments on the agenda. This is where we have a total of 3 minutes per speaker with a maximum of 20 minutes per topic. I do have a number of cards. I will call folks 3 at a time. You come to the podium. Please make sure the mic is at your mouth area so we can hear you, and make sure the button's clicked as well. So I have Kyle Patterson, Ray Lawson, and Sky or Skype. We'll go to Kyle Patterson.
Good evening, Mr. President, trustee, board members. My name is Kyle Patterson, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to be here today to share with you a little bit about a project, bless you, that we're here for today. So we're here for, on behalf of the student housing project that's going to be coming up. And I was asked to come through today and speak on behalf of the members. So the folks that you see standing up right here, These are folks that are going through a pre-apprenticeship program that we currently offer at our training center with the Western States Carpenters. So a kid that was like myself, born and raised in Los Angeles, I can tell you that in 1994, August, I was, I ended up getting caught up by the police. I was in the 10th grade, 17, got tried as an adult. It was all my fault, but I tell you that mentoring is very important and just having opportunities and resources to go to. When I came home 6 years, 3 months later, I found a program called Century Freeway Program, and it was an opportunity that gave me a chance to get into a trade that was respectable. I was able to raise my family behind it, and I look at these folks right here and see a little bit of myself in them, folks that were looking for an opportunity, different change of life, and be able to experience a little bit of that American dream. So I ask you all today that we're here to speak in favor of this project for the student housing, that there's labor standards involved, apprenticeship programs, to make sure that these folks get an opportunity like myself. It's going on 25 years for me. God spared my life in November. And I can tell you that my son, I got 4 children, a wife, and a dog, and everybody's hungry at the house. My son, though, just recently, I got him into the trade as a carpenter. He got up to about second, third stage, and he came home one day back in July last year, and he says, "Pops, I want to go to the Navy." So he went on, and he's doing that work right now. I carry this around with me right here because he gave it to me, and it's one of those things where I said, "Hey, man, I did my job. Me and my wife did our job to raise our kids, to give them a different path than was given to us." So I appreciate you all for just hearing the testimony. It's not nothing that we have to write down and recite. It's just the community that we work for. You all are in that position right now to where you can make decisions and shape tomorrow for folks like this and giving them opportunities. And I thank you all for the opportunities that are given here today. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. Ray Lawson. I'm also a representative with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. Once again, we talk about reimagining some of the things that we do as far as the liberal arts campus student housing. This is an opportunity to reimagine how that can be implemented. A lot of times, we were talking with the staff here at LBCC. The construction program that they have over on the PCH campus, a lot of times the graduates that come to that program, they wind up at our local looking to get indentured, looking to start a career as a carpenter. And that's an MC3 program, and a lot of times they don't realize that they don't have the qualifications to start in the carpenter field. And we don't want to have to send them to another program, which we offer. So we have to just connect the dots to how we can get the young people from that program working. And a lot of times, the dots are not being connected. So they finish that program and they're still not, it doesn't lead to a job. So this is an opportunity to ensure that those young people, when they finish that program, that it leads to a job. There are projects being built here on campus and the PCH campus where they could get an opportunity to have a career to work on those projects. Wouldn't that be great to have them graduate from that program and then actually work on those projects that are being built here at the school? So we ask that be worked out, that however the bureaucracy behind it, the red tape behind it, to where these young people, not only these young people, but the young people that part of that construction program can get their experience, can cut their teeth right there on these projects right here at the school. We got that big veteran football stadium that needs to be rebuilt. Carpenters, we do that work. And so to ensure that the general contractor will hire young people from that program, we can work out the language in it and ensure that these young people get an opportunity. Also, these young people and the young people from that program. So we ask that you consider that moving forward with the staff and with trustees, if you can make that decision, make that happen to ensure that both programs are being taken care of equally. So thank you for your time.
Next, Sky.
Sorry, I'm not a carpenter, but much love to all of you. I would like to take this time to address the comments made at the student forum on May 6th on behalf of my comrades who are unable to attend today's meeting. It is frankly a misrepresentation that the school will not publicly take back or apologize for their statement referring to Palestinians as terrorists and legally plausible genocide as war for the reasons stated by Dr. Corral at the forum. There was a whole year before the new administration, the Trump administration, threatened college campuses with deportations. Truth is, you are using a crisis affecting our community as a scapegoat when for a year the trend of silence had already been established. Additionally, we, the students, have a basic understanding of the system governing the college's investments. There is no expectation of an overnight divestment process. What we are asking is that this board do its due diligence in reviewing the divestment plan we brought to you and discussing it, making sure it fits into our school's needs. Use your seat at the table with other Southern California community colleges, CalPERS, CalSTRS, the unions, and our third-party private managers to amend the existing policy in place to include prohibition on financial contributions towards fossil fuels, Israel, like Israeli bonds and companies, and weapons manufacturers. This is not sudden or impossible or unprecedented or without existing models and research. You are here to represent us, so please represent us. Make an actionable commitment that we can see to, and I'm quoting from your mission statement, empower your students to become active, ethical participants in their learning, as well as in the democratic structures that give them voice and agency in shaping their society and the world. Excuses during a genocide are not only a waste of all of our time and an insult to our intelligence, they are complicity. The genocide continues because we accept it and finance it. We intend for our college to reject and bankrupt genocide and any injustice, and we will never back down from these ideals and extremely realistic, actionable goals. Thank you.
We have one more public commenter, Al.
Thank you. I'm Al the Zionist, and I'm not just a Zionist, I'm a proud Zionist, and it is absolutely fair to call Hamas terrorists. Going and murdering 1,200 people is terrorism, especially murdering concert goers, people, elderly, babies. So that definitely qualifies as terrorism. And to boycott, sanction, or divest from Israel, that is anti-Semitism, because it's basically punishing the Jewish state for defending itself against terrorism. We shouldn't do that. We should punish the racist, terrorist Hamas, who are funded by Iran, rather than the state of Israel, who is a liberal, democratic, open state, tolerates LGBT. There's a story about a Hamas, senior Hamas officer who was murdered for being LGBT. We don't want that. So absolutely, that was the right call to call Hamas terrorists. Thank you.
All right. At this point, it concludes our public comment. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. We are going to move now to reordering the agenda. We have 2.10. Any items to be reordered? Anybody time crunched? Seeing and hearing none, we're going to go into our recognitions and resolutions. 3.1 is recognition of the American College Dance Association Dance Award, Taylor Thomas and Violin Spotsville. And we're going to ask Dr. Stephanie Powell to come up and introduce our students. Professor Powell.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees, Superintendent, President Dr. Mike Munoz, the executive staff, and student trustees. My name is Professor Stephanie Powell, and I am a professor of dance. I would like to share some of the highlights and most recent award-winning achievements of the students in our program. Since I first came to Long Beach City College dance program 2 decades ago, I've taken students annually to the prestigious dance conference called the American College Dance Association Conference. This is a 5-day competition where community colleges, four-year university dance departments, and conservatories come together for 12-hour days of dance classes, lectures, panel discussions, and most importantly, performances. This spring, my colleague Martha Pimentuan and I took the two beautiful dancers beside me, Valen Spotsville and Taylor Thomas, to the East Coast Conference to compete at Rutgers University from March 12th through the 16th in New Jersey. Both of these ladies stood out to me and were personally invited to represent the LBCC dance program. Each of them were to present solo dance choreography. Valen Spotsville worked with professional choreographer Bernard H. Gaddis of Contemporary West Dance Theater in Las Vegas, who created a solo specifically for her. And Taylor Thomas created a new choreographic work of her own. Throughout our winter break, the dancers, my colleague, and I worked hours and hours in the dance studio to perfect their solos. They literally poured their blood, sweat, and tears into these dance pieces, and boy, did it pay off. When the stage lights came on and the music came on, and they danced beautifully on stage. The following morning, they were adjudicated by a panel of 3 leading professionals. The verbal feedback they received was outstanding and boosted our students' confidence tremendously. Each night of the conference, students from all around that region performed and competed. Out of all the schools that performed throughout the 5 days of this competition, there were only 10 pieces that were selected to perform in the final gala award night. I'm delighted to share that it was only the Long Beach City College dance program that had not 1, but 2 dances that won this prestigious award. That night, these ladies, yes. That night, these ladies made history for our college, and we are so very proud. Keep in mind that this is not a course in our curriculum. We are not paid for our rehearsal time and front the majority of the costs for flights, rental car, gas, hotel rooms, and costumes with our own money. As faculty, we attend this conference because we feel strongly in making sure that we offer the best opportunities for students, and this is one of the ways that we make it happen. It is getting much harder to do because it takes up so much of our personal time, but we value the importance of these experiences and especially enjoy watching the fire spark in them as they progress through their dancing journey. I would like for both Valen and Taylor to briefly share with you their thoughts about their experience at ACDA.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Valen Spotsville. I'm a returning student, and I'm 36 years old. When I came to Long Beach, I just came to I'm a dance teacher, so I just came to take a class. I didn't expect anything from it. I hadn't even heard of ACDA. And I would like to say it really just sparked something in me. So I just want to tell you guys a bit about my experience. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. My experience at ACDA 2025 Northeast Region was amazing, to say the least. I met so many amazing people. I took a lot of wonderful workshop classes. I got feedback from the adjudicators that I'll hold near and dear to my heart forever. I learned new teaching techniques that I plan to carry over to my students. And that I plan to carry over to my students. And I've gained a whole new confidence in myself as a dancer. I've always thought I was pretty good, but now I really, I know that for sure. This was actually my first time doing a solo. I've never done a solo. I've always just danced with a group. I've always just kind of fallen in the background, but Miss Stephanie and Miss Martha saw something in me that I hadn't seen in myself for a long time. So, I just want to thank them for that. Also, I had the opportunity to work, to learn choreography from the Bernard Gaddis. He's a professional choreographer, and he was absolutely wonderful to me. He gave me the best choreography I've ever performed, as a soloist, and it won. And the rehearsals were physically, mentally, and a lot of times emotionally draining because you just really want to get it. But I would do it again in a heartbeat. Once again, I want to thank Miss Martha Pamantuan, Miss Stephanie Powell, and I want to thank Long Beach City College for this wonderful opportunity, not just to represent myself, but to represent the Long Beach City Dance program. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you guys so much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Taylor Michelle Thomas. So, I created a dance piece titled Bird of Paradise, which was presented at this year's Northeastern ACDA conference. During the process of creation, I was pushed to dig deeper. I was pushed to not play it safe, but really be clear about what I wanted to present and wanted my vision to be. And still show my knowledge of dance and why I am a dancer. Though it was a tough process, very tough, but I am grateful for it because I produced and I created something that I can be proud of and that can be carried on through generations. Arriving in New Jersey, at Rutgers University, I was quite nervous. I didn't know what I wanted to do here, and I didn't know what I would be walking into. It was my first time back on stage after a 5-year gap of not being in college or school, just working. So I was quite nervous. But once the conference began, the nerves went away. I started taking classes from different dance professors who taught at many universities out there that I gained a lot of great knowledge and information from. Some of the classes were Jamaican folk and dance hall, and being a Jamaican American myself, I felt at home. I connected with one professor. Her name was Kelly Johnson. She was from Hobart and William Smith College. She opened my mind up to the idea of starting my dance research. With the stories that she told to us in our private one-on-one conversations. I plan on connecting with her to get started. So then there's the performance. I felt how anyone would feel traveling across the country, dancing in front of strangers that you don't know. I felt very nervous. But I honed into my talent and my ability and my knowledge, and I represented Long Beach City College. So when I heard the positive and reassuring feedback from the adjudicators saying that I was gentle, elegant, and expressive, I knew at that moment that I was there for a purpose. One comment that really stuck out was that they said that I knew myself as a dancer. I felt that in that moment that this is why I dance and this is why I'm here. I was full of achievement for the rest of the conference. I met wonderful and talented dancers alike and connected with the people I needed to shake hands with. And for high praises from my performance, what more could I ask for? But I guess that's when I got another bonus treat of getting selected to perform at the gala. That was my time to just live in the moment. I created since stepping off the plane. I was done. I came, I saw, and I conquered. So thank you all again for trusting me to represent Long Beach City College Dance Department and becoming the top 10 performing artist of the Northeastern ACDA 2025 conference. Thank you.
So to conclude, we as faculty feel that it is important for our students to be recognized and to shine for their win. We want them to know that when they can come to us, that we are here for them, to guide them and coach them, and that we believe in them and support them. These ladies are the LBCC dance program's examples of student success. We hope that you will come to our 2 annual dance concerts in the auditorium in both the upcoming fall and spring semesters. We even have some of our administrators and faculty here tonight that have performed in our shows, and we ask that you please stand to be acknowledged. Dr. Thank you. Additionally, our new Performing Arts Center across the campus will soon be opening, and we will begin offering classes in the spring of 2026. We are excited about launching several new certificates in dance, teaching of dance, and a Pilates certification with all of the latest equipment. Be expecting an invitation to our new location, and thank you so much for allowing me to share the wonderful accomplishments of our students. I have listed some of our program accomplishments in a fact sheet, and I will leave copies with the secretary for your review. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Powell. Thank you to the students. If I can just share from the board how proud we are of you, and we want to thank you for selecting Long Beach City College. You could have gone anywhere, but you came here. Your time, your treasure, your talent, you invested in yourself by coming to Long Beach City College. We couldn't be more proud of you representing us across the country, your performances, and really reaching your dreams. That's what we're here to do, is help you reach your goals and dreams. So it's so great to see a living, breathing testimony and hear about your experience. So thank you both. We do have flowers for you. We are going to take a picture, so don't leave, please. Don't leave yet. And then a few of my colleagues do have comments as well. We'll go to Trustee Zia, Malulu, and then Morton. Trustee Zia.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, President Intuk, and thank you. For some reason, my mic isn't working, so I have this mobile mic. Before I recognize you, after Carl is finished giving out your merchandise, congratulations. I want to echo our board president's remarks. Stephanie, you're so eloquent and elegant. I've seen you perform. I've seen your magic and you radiating your magic with our students. What an honor, what a gem you are to have at this institution of ours. I'm really proud of you. I'm also very honored that we have a celebrity here before us tonight for your team, Dr. Felton Williams, Presidential Medal of Honor recipient from President Biden. And I really think it's an important, yes, please. I'd love to see you perform, especially the Bird of Paradise. I'm really curious about what the grammar of movement in that dance composition looks like. So if it's possible to come and see you in action, I really would love that and welcome that, and for you as well. I also want to recognize you for establishing Pilates certification. I went through a Pilates certification. As an engineer, I thought it was the engineering of the body, and it was one of the best certifications I got. I wouldn't mind taking a refresh. So whenever that's established, please do broadcast it, because Orange Coast is the only other college that has it. And I think it's amazing that you're institutionalizing it. But big mazel tov, congratulations, and thank you for making us proud and being our pride and joy. And welcome Dr. Felton Williams to our board meeting.
And we'll go to Trustee Malulu. We'll go to Trustee Malulu.
Thank you, Dr. Powell and students. Thank you so much for being here. Always enjoy your presentations, and I always enjoy having you present to the board. I still remember your sabbatical presentation a couple of years ago. It's one of my favorites. The only question I have is there a video of your performances? And if there is, could you please email us the link so that we can take our time and observe what the rest of the country got to witness?
I certainly will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Morton?
Good evening, ladies. I just wanted to say a heartfelt congratulations on this historic accomplishment. Dr. Powell, thank you for your service and all that you're doing for our students and showing what dance really represents, the resilience, the unity, and the inspiration. So thank you again and congratulations. And I can't wait to see what's next for all of you.
Dr. Baxter?
Congratulations, Stephanie and Tanya and Taylor, Val and Taylor, sorry. I was at the spring concert a couple of months ago. Maybe it wasn't that long ago, but I was so impressed with the dances and with the style and ability that our students have. And so I want to congratulate you. And what an achievement to be named in the country for your dances. And for both of you, getting the award is fantastic. So congratulations and good luck.
At this point, we're going to take a quick recess to take a photo with our students. So, board will come down. We're going to call the meeting back to in session. We're moving now to item 3.2, which is our recognition of our planning committee. This month is Asian Pacific Islander Desi month, that we've had a number of celebrations and kickoff throughout the month. We wanted to recognize our planning committee and thank them for their hard work and effort throughout the month of May. Cyrus Fernandez was going to be with us, but unfortunately is not able to make it. And so we just want to say we do have a recognition for the planning committee, but no one was able to make it. So thank you to them. Moving to item 3.3, we have an outgoing student trustee, our student trustee G. We have a recognition of your service here in the college and the campus, your hard work, coming to these meetings every month. I know some of your friends and family probably, where are you on Wednesday night? You're not answering your phone. You're right, he's with us here. So we want to ask some folks come to the mic to give some brief remarks. Is it family members or anyone like to come on up this time? We'll have some folks give some remarks, and then we'll hear from Trustee Gonzalez, and then we'll take a photo together.
Sorry, this is the first time I'm ever on this mic for the Board Trustees meeting. But good afternoon, Board Trustees, Dr. Mike Munoz, all the VP executives, and my best friend, Jean Gonzalez. I would say learning G since 2023, I believe. Like just starting out as both him and I working at the student union under the supervision of Taylor Robertson. And so far, he's been a really good guy who had good intentions when we both started out in our ASB cabinet in 2023 when he was vice president for LAC. I knew that he was the kind of guy who had really strong intentions, motivations, and courage, and the will to try and make some change within our cabinet, but as well make sure that Long Beach City College, the college that he chose to come here, to make sure that he left it in a better place than what he started out in. And so far, seeing him throughout all of our events for ASB, for student life, for advocating for the rights and the recognition during throughout the war in Gaza and the genocide, he's done a really good job at expressing and making sure that all opinions from all the students from every part of the spectrum have been recognized, heard, and making sure that every student had the chance to go ahead and just have a chance to go ahead and speak to him. Throughout every event, he's there wearing his name tag, whether just for a name tag that says as a student life worker or as student trustee. And seeing G the way that he is now, and as well being able to graduate along with him in this 2025 commencement ceremony, it's been an honor to know him even throughout the short time, which surprisingly has only been 2 years. It's been nice to know him, and honestly, he's been a really good friend, and thank you so much for serving us as our student trustee.
Hello, board. I apologize. I don't really like speaking in mics, but I am your ASB representative of mental health and wellness, and I have personally wanted to go ahead and thank you guys for your initiative, on everything that you do for supporting our mental health and wellness here on campus. I also want to go ahead and extend that gratitude to student trustee G, who helped us go ahead and film, our video spreading awareness for mental health, timely care on campus, and also letting our students know where our faculties are for those students who need that, as well as your go ahead and, sorry, getting a little ahead of myself, for your commitment to our student body. I know that a lot of students don't know who you are. They'll see your face around campus, they'll see your faces on the posters, but for those who do know and see you, we honor you and we recognize you. As well, we want to say thank you for your representation and your advocacy for the Native Indigenous community and population here. Thank you, Jean.
What I can say to my brother, congratulations, you do a great job. I remember G when I was a president of French Club 2022. And one day I will sit down and say, one day I want to be in that chair. I want to see this guy grow up. Congratulations that you go to Cal State Long Beach. I'm proud of you. I learned from you. And thank you for taking your advice from me. And I take your advice from you. And thank you for everything you do for all 75 clubs I represent as an ICC president. And, sometimes we don't agree, but that's how it is. Thank you for your leadership, and this is part of ASB, teach the people, teach new generations, get on the leadership skill to move it forward. Thank you, Trustee G.
Trustee Gonzalez, would you like to say something?
I was going to save it for my report, but do it right now. First of all, this is my last board meeting, and I want to first off thank my parents and for their support and sacrifice. I couldn't have done it without them. I don't know how many times where, they sacrificed job opportunities, or they sacrificed, not eating that night so that me and my sister could eat. So, I first off got to give a lot of gratitude for my parents, and I'm just so lucky to have them and their support. Second of all, I want to thank some of my colleagues whom I've been working with for the past couple years. I want to shout out Joanna Fuentes, my leads, John and Joanne, Samuel Perez, Joseph Polanco, Cava Lewis, Sammy Gomez, Ash Cardano Lopez, Taylor Robertson, Justin Menendez, Ezra, Dr. Becerra, board members, and many others who have not only supported me, but have held me accountable for my actions. I especially want to give a special thanks to Dr. Munoz, Dr. Corral, for their guidance, support, and encouragement throughout my time here. Their door is always open, as they are generally displayed kindness and caring for any issues brought up to them, brought up on behalf of students. And Dr. Munoz and Dr. Corral were instrumental in shaping how to address matters of concern. So I want to first thank you guys, special thanks for you guys for your help. And finally, it's been an honor. It's been an honor to serve at Long Beach City College, 2024-2025 student trustee. I'm grateful to have the privilege to represent the students of Long Beach City College. I wish I had done more this year. I wish I were more active on campus. I wish I'd spoken up more during board meetings. I wish I could have done more in general. However, while that desire to do everything is impossible, I'm grateful for the experience of speaking out on issues that students face. I'm only 19, and I will do better next time. I have high hopes for students in the direction the City College is heading at the moment. Reflecting on my first meeting, I was extremely nervous. Today, I'm much more comfortable in my position, and I believe that LBCC has students' best interest at heart and will do everything it can to provide a safe and learning environment where students are free to raise concerns in private and public without being cascaded or wrongly labeled for things they believe in. As a political professor once said, students go to college to learn, debate, and question what is being taught in class and around campus. It's our job to encourage dissent, discourage conformity, and learn from each other, because everyone brings their own unique experience that make us better human beings. If students are encouraged to participate in lively debates, we are not doing our jobs as educators and leaders. And I want to give a special shout out to Danny the Dolphin. I see you, Prince. So we'll give him a special shout out, and go Vikings, and thank you. The end of my
Trustee Gonzalez, do you want to share the news where you're going next?
I'm going to Cal State Long Beach.
All right, go Beach. All right. Congratulations. We are going to take a quick recess to take a photo. We do have a flower for you as well as a token of our gratitude. So we're going to recess here for a few moments to take, before we do that, any trustee comments before we adjourn? Trustee Malulu?
Thank you, Board President Untuck. I was just going to say Board President Malauulu. I don't know what I was thinking, but I was just going to say that. Excuse me, Board President Untuck. Before we present our student trustee G with that beautiful, lovely plant, I would like to also personally thank you and echo the words of your friends who came out. I don't think we've ever had that, and that's just a testament to how special you are and what a difference you've made in so many people's lives, because as long as I've been sitting on the board, we have had trustees who give their farewell speech on their last board meeting day, but I don't recall having had friends of the trustees come out and remark on his service, his leadership, the impact that the trustee has had on their lives. So that was very special and very moving. We have had ASB folks and advisors come out and speak, but when you touch people the way you obviously have, to compel them to come to a board meeting to speak, and admittedly, they're not comfortable and it's out of their comfort zone, I could only imagine what you're going to do when you get to Cal State Long Beach and the impact that you will have. So once a leader, always a leader. And I was also very moved by what you said, that you wish you had done more. I can't think of a more crystallized way of showing leadership than that desire to have done as much as he did this year and still say he wishes he had done more. So that right there, just kudos to you. I'm really proud of you. It's been a privilege to sit next to you. I will miss you, but you're going to do great things and you'll come back and visit us. So thank you, and thank you for showing up for him. Thank you.
We'll go to Dr. Baxter.
Yes, G, congratulations. I haven't gotten to know you as well, but that's okay because I've been able to admire you from afar. And you always are very polite, very well-spoken, and you've done a great job representing the students. And I know you're going to do great things at Cal State Long Beach and get involved with them too. So congratulations.
All right, with that, we're going to take a brief recess. All right, we're going to reconvene the meeting. Next, we're going to move to item 3.4. This is our recognition of our outgoing SB president, Shamanique. Unfortunately, she is unable to be with us today, but we do appreciate and thank her for her service this past year. And she will be joining us in June to give comments, even though today is officially her last ASB meeting. But we do have our incoming ASB President and Vice President. If we ask Prince and Liliana to come up, maybe say a few words about Shamanique and introduce yourselves.
Good evening, everyone. First things first, I'd like to give honor to God, who's the head of my life, and thank Shamanique for being such a awesome leader. She came and found me when I thought I was at my lowest moment in life, and she recognized the leader that was inside of me. And it means the world to even be here in front of you, in front of all of you. She was persistent because I was dealing with imposter syndrome, not feeling as if I was good enough, not feeling as if I was worthy to even lead students, even though I had a heart to serve them. But she didn't give up on me, and she didn't allow me to give up on myself. So I'd like to thank Shamanique for coming to find me and digging this diamond out the rough. And allowing me to shine the way I am.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Liliana, and I want to say thank you, Shamanique, especially for being such an example of student leadership on campus. Same as my fellow colleague, Prince, she came and found me when we were having a President's Ambassadors meeting, and she asked me if I wanted to be involved, and I said yes. I had no idea what I was going into, but I said yes, and I trusted her. So as far as I know, Shamanique is such an amazing person. She is resilient, and I wish her the best of luck now that she's moving on to university. And that's all I have to say.
We have one more speaker for Shamanique.
Sorry. Thank you, Shamanique, for being our leader on ASB. Thank you for learning from you. Thank you for care us. Thank you for everything that do for us on ASB and ITC and VAC. Thank you for demonstrating to be the leader that sometimes we don't agree, but we get together in our focus that will be here for student voices. Thank you, Shamanique, and I'm sure that you'll be a great leader. Thank you.
And I also like to recognize Trustee G. I didn't get a moment to speak when they came up, but man, you're such a fearless leader. You're so courageous. You're so brave. You've been such a friend, such an advocate of helping people. From people of two opposite faiths, you would think we grew up together in the same household, and it's just been incredible the way that we've been able to help students and come together and help students in such a beautiful way. I honor you and I respect you, and man, you're the most mature 19-year-old I've ever met in my life, so the future is very bright for you, so thank you so much for your friendship and your leadership.
Yes. 1 minute. We're going to go to our next agenda item, which is back to you guys. Okay. So give 1 sec. So just closing out, again, congratulations, Shamanique. She also is graduating, I believe, got a full ride scholarship to
Coppin University.
Coppin State University. So
yes.
Congratulations to Shamanique and her next destination. Trustee Malulu?
President Untuck, I think they need to come back next month and repeat all of that when Shamanique is here in person.
Absolutely, we don't mind.
Awesome, thank you. If you guys hold right there, you guys are actually next here on the agenda. 4.1, we're going to reports, would be Shamanique's report. In her absence, Liliana and Prince are here to give an ASB update for 5 minutes.
Good evening, esteemed students, members of the Board of Trustees, Superintendent Mike Munoz, faculty, staff, and fellow students. My name is Prince Bass. I am the newly elected ASB president for the 2025 and 2026 academic year.
And I, Liliana Sasueta, as the newly elected ASB TTC Vice President for the upcoming academic year of 2025-2026.
We will be giving the ASB report on behalf of Shamanique in her absence. She is currently on a trip to Coppin State University, accompanied by Dr. Freeman and Patrick Dinko from the media team. She would like to thank Dr. Munoz, Dr. Corral, and Mr. Carl for this amazing opportunity. The Associated Student Body has been actively working to engage, support, and represent the student body across both campuses. We're proud to share a few recent highlights that reflect our commitment to student leadership, campus life, and community well-being. The Student Leadership Luncheon, we were honored to join Dr. Munoz for a meaningful lunch with some of our most engaged student leaders. This opportunity to connect directly with our college president was both motivating and affirming, and we truly appreciate his ongoing support and encouragement. Our student town hall, a heartfelt thank you to everyone who participated in and supported our recent student town hall. Events like these allow us to listen to our peers, amplify their voices, and advocate for their needs in a meaningful way. We had the Grad Fest last week on this campus, where our president passed out paletas, and it was a great fun-filled event. This week, we're having it on the 15th at between 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. on the TTC campus and the EE Quad. We're excited to celebrate the accomplishments of our graduates with an energetic and inspiring event. Grad Fest is designed to recognize the hard work of our students while building a sense of pride and community. ASB After Dark. This will be the last ASB After Dark of the year. It will be this May 15th from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at the TTC campus. Our rep of evening and online students, Calvin Lewis, has been the flagship leader of ASB After Dark. It was initiated to better serve our evening students. We've launched ASB After Dark as an outreach initiative offering food, resources, and a welcoming space. It's part of our ongoing effort to ensure inclusivity and access for all students, regardless of their schedules. And the commencement of 2025. Congratulations to the incredible class of 2025. We're proud to honor their achievements and invite the entire campus community to join in celebrating their journey.
Student support services, that we continue to promote vital student services, ensuring that every student knows where and how to access support. International Student Program with academic and immigration advising. Our undocumented student program, dedicated services and support. Student health services, counseling, medical care, and mental health services. Timely Care 24/7 virtual health and wellness platform. Also, additional resources that we are highlighting, campus shuttle services that give rights to students back and forth between both campuses. Also, academic success centers with re-tutoring for all students. Campus Safety Escort Program to make sure that every student feels safe on campus. And also student health services, interactive campus map. We're proud of the momentum we've built and look forward to continuing our work to represent, empower, and uplift the student body. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Go to item 4.2 is our student trustee report. Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you, Board President. First things first, I want to talk about how Calvin Lewis, our rep of evening and online students, and I have been working on a safety video on campus, and I'm really proud to say that we're just about completed. The videos, we have one video completed, and it is the safety escort program that it gives us kind of how it works. It shows students, explains it to them, and it shows just how, you get picked up in a car, they drive you all the way to the top, and it's really interesting, especially mainly about an escort program, because only between 1 and 6 students use it on a nightly basis. And, this is a really valuable resource, especially for students who are having those really late classes coming out at 9, 10, 11 o'clock. So I want to first give him his flowers because he's taken full control of this. He's done a phenomenal job doing the recording, the editing, the voiceover. So I got to give Calvin his flowers because this is something he's been advocating for years now. He's been doing this since last year. Second of all, I want to thank VP Jones and Dr. Corral for meeting with me. discussing kind of how a tribal garden would be installed on campus. And I think the other topic that I'm really happy to hear is about renewable energy and kind of going more how LBCC is going towards renewable energy and how LBC is following the steps to Project 2030 or the project, is it Project 2030? Yeah, Project 2030 from the Chancellor's office. And I'm really happy to see here that, possibility of having those jobs connected with the students and kind of apprenticeships. I know that we had some leaders here talking about how connecting students to kind of the design and building projects here. And I'm really happy to hear kind of, having more renewable projects here on campus, having the students be part of it too. And that is the end of my report. Thank you.
Great. Next, we're going to go to Dr. Jerome Hunt for our Academic Senate report.
Good evening, Board President Intuk, Superintendent President Munoz, distinguished board members and colleagues. I have a few updates to share with you this evening. From online education, the Online Education Committee and OLET team have prioritized conversations, presentations, and workshops about regular and substantive interaction, or RSI. RSI is not only an accreditation requirement for all online courses, but is an essential component of online student success. This past semester has featured 3 RSI workshops for all faculty, presentations to Academic Senate, department heads and deans, institutional effectiveness in multiple department meetings, and the development of an online teaching recertification training that will launch in the fall of 2025 under the leadership of our incoming online education faculty coordinator, Dr. Melvin Cobb, Professor of Computer and Office Studies. In terms of student equity, the Student Equity Subcommittee will notify the recipients of the equity mini grants next week. And additionally, at next week's meeting, the committee will also receive project updates from some of the 2024 equity mini grant recipients. From our cultural grad celebration and campus events, this past Friday, we kicked off the first of our cultural grad celebrations with our Lavender graduation. This year, Lavender graduation received a record number of RSVPs, almost 50 students. We are proud to see the event grow from 2 to 3 students in 2020 to what it is today. The celebration is truly a one-of-a-kind event where we have been able to witness the college's commitment to providing safe spaces and visibility to our LGBTQIA+ students. I want to thank the Planning Committee for all their hard work, Dr. Munoz for attending and giving remarks, and to our outstanding student speaker, Kaisha Hearns, for inspirational remarks. The cultural grad celebrations continue with our Native grad celebration this Friday at 5 p.m. in W201, our APID graduation on Saturday, May 17th at 9:30 in T1200, our Black African American grad on Saturday, May 17th at 12:30 in the E-Quad, and finally our Latinx grad on Saturday, May 31st at 9 a.m. in the R-Gym. On April 30th, Professor Samira Habash, Stephanie Lira, and Julie Grigsby hosted the DeKalb workshop in honor of Arab Heritage Month. And additionally, this Friday, the School of Social and Behavioral Sciences will host its first annual Student Research Symposium in T1200 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and will feature posters and oral presentations in psychology, anthropology, and ethnic studies. The Equity Congress will be hosting a public narrative showcase this Friday from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. in the SJIC in the B Building 206. The showcase will highlight powerful personal stories, cultural change, and leadership that reflect our community's ongoing commitment to equity, inclusion, and social justice. Finally, as we approach the end of the semester and commencement, I would like to take the time to thank our faculty for their dedication, service, and commitment to our students. Without your support, our students wouldn't be able to advance towards completion or walk across the stage and receive their certificate or degree next month. To the faculty who are retiring and starting on their next journey in life, I would like to thank you for your service and commitment to the school and to our students. And that concludes my report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hunt. Going to our Classified Senate President's report, Ben Chase.
Thank you, Daria. For as you see in front of you, greatness is on the clock. It always defines our colleagues at the college that work here 365 days out of the year. As you see here, it was our new employee mentoring wrap-up. You see my colleagues Ariane, Jonathan, and Gina who serve on our Senate. This photo here is of our most recent Classified Employees Promotional Success Academy. In there you see Jessica, Sarah, Anita, Cheng Ming, Eric Cornejo from HR, Renee, Joanna, Tracy, and Angel for it. Here's a picture for the kickoff for our sneaker ball. And there is a prize for the first person that can tell me whose 3 feet those are in those shoes from the sneaker ball. So good luck on that. You have a challenge for it. This is a great photo here with the Sage Scholars with Bree Pinkerton and Ashley Williams for it. One of the many photos you're going to see coming up here about the sneaker ball, where you can see the shoes shining there. This is the photo I love the most with everybody. You see our Fantastic Four off into the corner there with Dr. Kirkwood and VP Jones for it. My favorite picture, though, is Ashley with her cape and VP Madrid for it, showing off there. Next up is our service awards ceremony, which I want to say thank you. Lloyd's not here right now, but I'll say it publicly again. Thank you to him and his team for making it happen, and for the rest of the VPs for bringing the energy. As you can see here, we have our 20-year folks on the left. There's Kathy Doles and Jessica. On the right, you see Robert Rometta, AFT president, in his 30-year recognition. This is the 10-year group. I won't announce everybody in there because there's a lot of them there, but I'll say, Stacy, congratulations on your 10 years for it. You're here present tonight, so I wanted to share off on that for it. And Trustee Malulu, thank you again for showing and being there to support us. It was very appreciated. This is a special one for me. My colleague in the center there is Maggie Huerta. I just want to say publicly again, congratulations on the Viking Impact Award, along with our other colleagues, Susan, Angela, and Lori. And again, Stacy, you show up again for it. I just want to show the energy that you saw after the event. So this is the folks taking their pictures after, and how upbeat and positive and just the feeling. It's just a very different, unique experience this year, and I appreciate that and say thank you, Dr. Munoz, for making that happen for us. And I have to make an apology. This is Chanel, everybody. I kept referring to her last meeting as Ashley for it instead. She looks just like my cousin growing up, whose name is Ashley for it. And my colleague Ashley, who's here, I kept seeing Ashley in my head. But I want to say thank you to Chanel for the photos that she provided to us for the mental health kickoff. And this is for APID with Grace, Cece, Eva, myself, Jonathan. And then you see Gina to the right as well with Cyrus there for it. And then there's Taylor and Lulu as well. And then there's our classified employee of the year, Renee, for it with his camera. As you know, you got to see the things that he did. He was also the DJ for us for the kickoff for the sneaker ball for it. So I just want to thank everyone for that one. This takes me back to my childhood and getting messy with it. There's Matthew, who is our senator, as well as the artist Alexi Steele. And this is the Love My Neighbor project. When you'll see in the next slide, you'll see the full kind of scope of the project for the two things that we were encouraged to bring everyone out to put your handprint on it for it. Awesomest thing, it's hard to see right now, but by the L, there's a little tiny hand in there, and that is my colleague. He brought his daughter, who's less than 1 year old, and she put her print on there. This is for Shayna. She was my ladder support for it, since I think we were only 2 people that were allowed to get up as high as we were on the ladder for it. You'll see in a minute where Alexi is guiding me for where he wanted the thing for it. You can see I'm all the way at the top of the ladder to the far right. So you'll see my hand easily on the thing. On the right-hand side, you'll see myself, Anita, and Erica from the financial aid team and classified Senate representatives as well for it. This one here, Lauren's not here, but she gets the shout out. Lauren and her family, she had visiting family from out of town that are behind us that actually put their handprint on it as well. So it's building out the community for it. So I want to make sure that Lauren and her husband got recognition for being there with us, supporting. Awesome opportunity. Thank you, Prince and those, for announcing the save the date for the Dream Big Bash. Again, tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., the TTC squad. And again, that is Chanel, not Ashley. And we keep saying this so that I'll remind myself that we have it proper for it. One of my most favorite nights and events that we do at the college is Mana Idol. I love all of the American Idol type things that we do and the other karaoke nights, but this one brings out a great group. We are able to use the lights that we just got for the first time, so you can see them kind of in effect there. And right now you see the group minus about 10 others that performed for the night, with our winner who sang a song in Spanish for it, which was really incredible because she didn't even have to look at the words. She knew all the things and the pace and presented like she was on Broadway stage for it. So it was an awesome event, and thank you all for hosting that for us. Thank you, Daria.
Thank you so much, Ben. Moving to section 5, superintendent's report. Dr. Munoz for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Board President Intug. I want to wish everyone a happy Asian Pacific Islander Desi Heritage Month. This year's theme is Love for the Culture. We have a wonderful video that we're going to kick off tonight's celebration with. Cue the video, Dario.
Good afternoon, Long Beach City College.
Hey, Long Beach City College. My name is Daniel Mayalva, and we just celebrated APID Heritage Month.
Today marked a vibrant and meaningful start to our APID Heritage Month celebrations, as our communities came together to honor and uplift the rich cultures, histories, and contributions of Asian, Pacific Islander, and Desi communities. Thanks for celebrating with us, and
At LBCC, we are really proud to uplift the many voices within our diverse Asian Pacific Islander and Desi community. There's still upcoming events that you can attend. We have a Sip and Paint on May 15th, Moana 2 film screening on May 20th at TTC, and the new APID heritage favorite, the APID Cultural Show, Roots to Runway, a fashion show and live performance which will be held here at LAC on May 20th. I want to thank all the students, faculty, and staff who organized this month's events. On April 23rd, we had an estimated 400 attendees attend our Public Health Fair Expo. Over 90 attendees participated in the CPR demo, and 125 students participated in the Stop the Bleed demo. And we had more than 100 attendees participate in a Narcan response training. Dual enrollment students and direct matriculant students participated, and we had the signature highlight event was the social media stars Foods in Medicine. And these are two young Latino med students at UCLA that are documenting their journey being first generation college, going through med school, and they're great role models for our students. And so it was just a wonderful event, and we were really proud of it. I'm really excited to recognize an amazing faculty member. Carolyn Castaño was announced that she received the Guggenheimer Fellowship. She was selected to be part of the 100th class. Nearly 3,500 applicants applied nationwide. Professor Castaño has dedicated her award to the children of immigrants, documented and undocumented, who are underestimated and maligned. I also want to continue this kind of moment of recognizing the amazing faculty and administrators and staff here at LBCC. Coach Martinez has been named the 2025 SCC Softball Coach of the Year. Let's hear it for Coach Martinez. We are incredibly proud of Coach Martinez for her dedication and success. The women's softball team is also having a great year as regional champions with a 38-4 record, the best season since 2002. Definitely. Women's History Month. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the noteworthy women of Long Beach City College who were recognized as part of our Women's History Month Inspiring Women's Award. The awardees are Cristina Barrios, Director of EOPS and CARE, CalWORKS FYSS and Dream Services, Dr. Vanessa Crispin Peralta, Professor of History, and Dr. Sonia de la Torre Iniguez, Dean of Student Equity. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank all those who took the time to submit their nominations. Let's make some noise for them. Staying on this path of recognizing our amazing colleagues and employees here at Long Beach City College, our very own Dean of the School of Science, Engineering, and Mathematics, Dean Moises Gutierrez, is being recognized as a fellow by Excelencia in Education. He was selected to participate in the Policy Fellows Program, where he will examine national level perspectives while drawing from campus level expertise to engage with Excelencia's national policy agenda. Congratulations, Moises. As Senate President Ben mentioned in his report, more than 220 employees were honored, and we celebrated those that completed 5 years of service all the way up to 35 years of service. We also recognized some of our special honorees, such as our Viking Impact Award winners, as well as our League of Excellence award winners. It was a wonderful event. I think the biggest compliment was I had multiple people either text me or email me after that and say, we've never seen that much energy at a Year of Service Awards. It was fire. So again, congratulations to Loy and the amazing team in HR for making it such a meaningful event. I'm excited to share that our LBCC students presented at the annual honors conference. We had 16 honor students from LBCC participate in the Honors Transfer Council of California Research Conference at UC Riverside, and there's a lovely photo of our students. A big shout out to Dr. Jeff Wheeler, who serves as our honors advisor and always does an excellent job in preparing our students. So let's give Dr. Wheeler a round of applause. I'm also really proud to share that Long Beach City College was able to participate in the City National Bank Entrepreneur of the Year Luncheon, where we presented the Sean Lumaki Rising Star Award to Kim Estrada and Arvin Torres, owners of Sand and Wolf's Bake Shop on 4th Street. If you haven't visited their bake shop, it's an amazing vegan bakery on 4th Street, and they are participants of our small business program. So it was really an honor to recognize them. Next slide, please. I also want to acknowledge that I had a wonderful opportunity to spend some time with our associated students and our student leaders, where we enjoyed a lunch at the bistro. One of my favorite things is having lunch at the bistro with our students. So when I ask them, is this your first time at the bistro? And all of them raise their hands, and they're always fall in love with the experience. And it really is, I think, an opportunity for us to kind of slow down, pause, and really connect with the student experience and understand better how LBCC is impacting them. And so again, I want to thank ASB President Shamanique Harris and incoming ASB President Prince Bass, as well as the 7 other students who are always giving back to LBCC. Really exciting news happening at our TTC campus. As you saw some of the photos in the previous presentation, the Love Thy Neighbor mural is well underway. It's our latest effort in supporting public arts here at Long Beach City College. As you know, many of the college and students in the community were able to participate by placing their handprints on the mural at TTC. And this series is by a local artist named Alexi Still. And this composition will also feature LBCC's Hall of Fame member, Duke Givens. So big congratulations to TTC. I'm really excited to be able to invite all of you to our Bobby Smith Library rededication. As you know, a few months back, our Board of Trustees took action to rename our library the Bobby Smith Library in honor of Bobby Smith, who was a long-term faculty member. She was the first Black African-American librarian, as well as Academic Senate President here at Long Beach City College. We look forward to seeing you there at 9 a.m. on Wednesday, May 21st for the dedication. And in closing, I am really excited to say we are only a few short weeks away from the 2025 commencement. Big news, y'all. New start time this year, 9:30 a.m. Get here early. But we're really excited to see how this new time frame works. We got a lot of feedback from students over the years that as we increase the number of graduates, right, each year we're having record number of students graduate, which is a very positive thing. But what happens to the ceremony? It gets longer and longer and longer. And being out there in those black robes in the heat of day, it's tough for some folks. So we took the information in, the feedback in, and we're trying something new. And so Thursday, June 5th, 9:30 a.m., it's going to be a wonderful celebration, and looking forward to seeing you there. This concludes my report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. Next, we're moving to Section 6, Board of Trustees. We'll have our board reports from trustees, and we'll start with Trustee Malulu.
Thank you, Board President. On Thursday, April 24th, I was at the Long Beach Chamber of Commerce Entrepreneur of the Year Award, as Dr. Munoz shared, and he shared the photograph. I'd just like to congratulate all of our previous winners and this year's winners. It's always very special to have our community recognized, especially our community of students who have gone through our culinary arts program or any of our other business training leadership programs. That Friday, I had a NALEO board meeting, and always one of the major issues that we discuss is the state of public education and public higher education. Dario, I'll let you know when to cue up those photographs there. On Tuesday, April 29th, it was a busy day for me, multiple things on the agenda. I started the morning in downtown LA supporting the striking members of SEIU, which was the largest job action in recent history. I think they had over 50,000 walking the streets of downtown LA. I had been with them Monday night at Harbor General, and the best part of that is that there were some LBCC students, alumni there, who were also healthcare workers who were on strike. And a few of them came up to me and thanked me for being there. And Dario, that first picture where you've got downtown LA, you've got the two, I'm photographed there with some local labor leaders. If you can cue that photograph up, please. Yep, there you go. So you can see we're on stage there, and there's actually, it was just at the moment where they were released to go walk the streets. So thank you for the opportunity that I was afforded, and thank you to our students who are out there fighting the good fight, our alumni, for representing labor in such a positive way. Then I rushed back to LBCC for the Inspiring Women of Long Beach Luncheon, which was a great event, heartfelt speeches. Congratulations to this year's winners. And then that afternoon, I stayed on campus for the Employee Service Awards. And I concur, Dr. Munoz, the energy was fantastic. I try to attend that event whenever I can. And I agree that everyone did such a great job putting that event on. On Thursday, the 1st, I was at the Asian Pacific Islander Desi Heritage Month kickoff. And Dario, if you want to show that one photograph there, my husband was with me, and we would like to congratulate, and I hope I don't mispronounce your name, Pise Leatao, I should know how to pronounce that name. She is the first Pacific Islander that will be serving as student trustee in the incoming academic year. So on behalf of my husband and the Pacific Islander community and our family, congratulations to you. I look forward to serving with you, and I can't wait to see what you do to elevate the community that you represent. That Saturday, and this photo I didn't send you, Dario. I got it a little late, and I don't want you to be mad at me. But there is a photograph that I have. I attended the Long Beach Unified School District ribbon cutting of the Center for Black Student Excellence at Lindbergh Middle School. President Untuck was there. Vice President Dr. Morton was there. Dr. Noel Corral was there. Carl Kemp was there. There were several of us from LBCC. You might be including that in your board report, but I do have a photograph there I might be able to share later. But congratulations to Long Beach Unified. I heard from one attendee, and I know that they meant well when they said it, but they said Long Beach Unified is trying to catch up with LBCC by doing this. Oh, you do have it. There you go. So I think President Untuck was already on stage there when we took that photograph. But thank you for that opportunity, Long Beach Unified, for inviting us to that event. And this morning, I had my last and final ASU check-in of the year, and I'm gonna brag again, only because it's not easy, but if you can just show my GPA up there, Dario. I'm totally bragging here. A lot of sleepless nights. Thank you. I am 51 years old, back in school. I work full-time. I have 4 kids. I serve on this college board. And if I'm still able to get a 4.0 and do my work, I challenge all of you to do the same too. It's not easy, but it can be done. I don't know how I'm standing, but I am. I'm excited, looking forward to commencement, and good luck on finals, everyone. Let's finish strong. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Trustee Zia for her board report.
I'm not going to brag. I don't believe in that. But I wanted to mention, since it was left out of the recognitions, I want to recognize Asian Pacific Islander Desi Heritage Month, which was recognized, and also it's Jewish American Heritage Month. I asked our board, our superintendent president, why this year we don't have Jewish American Heritage Month recognized, and he mentioned that it was the board president's discretion, and then last year as well. So I think it was just a matter of.
Point of order.
I'm still speaking.
That is not true, and
you're
we're not going
saying
to
he
have.
lied?
Yes, we're not going to have dishonesty here on the dais about that.
So why is it not showing up here? And why was it not recognized?
I'll let Dr. Munoz respond.
Well, we should stop the time because it's my time is going to be up shortly if you're going to filibuster it, President Intuck. But I just want to wish everyone, my Jewish community, happy Jewish American Heritage Month. I apologize to you that this was inadvertently missed this month. Also, Arab American Heritage Month was last month. That was also missed. I want to recognize our Arab American Heritage Month and Arab Americans who work for us, who are part of our community. And that was an inadvertent omission, but I'm sure there's an explanation. I also wanted to recognize that we do have commencement coming up. I'm so proud of our students for coming here, dealing with the adversity that they deal with. I'm excited for the student housing agenda item that is going to be forthcoming on this agenda. It's been something that Trustee Baxter and I have pioneered since 2015. It's been 10 years in the making. I'm glad to see the substantive details finally coming to fruition. I have a litany of questions on it, and I also have questions on the contract, all good ones. But I want to congratulate our district and our institution for following through with what was originally viewed as a sophomoric idea. That the initial thought was viewed as pretty puerile at the time, and they didn't even want to luxuriate with that. But finally, we were able to, with enough persistence with Dr. Baxter, we were able to get support behind it. With rubber band and bubble gum budget we started, and now we're finally getting housing. That's a pride and joy for me personally. I think it will help a lot of our students who don't come from, or they don't fly business class, they don't have a 6-digit income, and they really are struggling, and they are truly deserving of the services that we provide. And I'm proud that it's going to be supporting good jobs for our union men and women who showed up tonight. I'm proud of you, whether it's the West Coast, Western State carpenters who are here tonight, are members of the building trades and project labor agreement that it includes. It is important that we continue to fight for working families, and I'm really grateful that we've had that opportunity in here, whether it's in my legislative capacity, policymaking capacity, and then having partners that support that, and an administration that has been able to carry that forward. With that, I'll let you answer the question, Dr. Munoz.
We're going to move on to Dr. Morton's board report.
Good evening, everyone. This month, well, I've had the pleasure of attending several different events here at the college. The first, on May 1st, was the juried student art show opening. It was excellent to see the work of art and all formats on display from our fabulous students, and all of the support that they received from the faculty in the art department. It's on display now on the Liberal Arts campus, and the juried awards will be on May 31st, so I'm looking forward to attending that and seeing our students who receive their accolades for that. On May 3rd, as Vivian, Trustee Malauulu mentioned, I was able to attend the ribbon cutting for LBUSD and their Center of Black Student Excellence at the Lindbergh Middle School. It's really fabulous to see that come to fruition because it's a center that really represents a place of empowerment, joy, and recognizes the beauty and brilliance of our students, families, and the community can come together to celebrate their joy. And it's a fabulous center. If you have a chance, if they have an event there, please stop by and see it. It's wonderful to support them and to see that our LBUSD partners have brought that to the community. The other thing I had the pleasure of attending was our new tenured faculty reception on May 8th. It was wonderful to congratulate the 4 new tenured faculty and see their hard work come to fruition and get their accolades and recognition as well. And just finally, I just want to say, as the academic year winds down, and I would like to recognize all of the hard work done by our faculty, our students, and our staff in getting us to this point. It's great to finish strong. We have lots of great things that have happened this year and lots of great things that are coming up next year. And I know that students, you have the support of everyone here on the dais, all of your faculty, your fellow students. So lean into your achievements and go out there and finish strong. Let's go Vikings.
Dr. Baxter.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This was a short month for me because I had to fly to Florida to take care of my sister. But anyway, these are the events and that I attended. On April 26th, I was the chair of the American Association of University Women book event. We had author Diane Marie Brown, who used to be an employee here in the grants department. She was also an employee with the health department in Long Beach and is now a full-time professor at Orange Coast College. She's written her debut novel entitled Black Candle Women, and it was picked as a Jenna's pick. Now, I don't watch the Today Show, but that's a big deal. And because that helps, sell more books. Anyway, she gave an excellent talk. The audience was absolutely captivated by her because she really didn't talk about the book. She really talked about writing and the phases that she went through to write and put up with this book, which, by the way, was centered in Long Beach. And so it became very familiar to read it because it talked a lot about a lot of things in Long Beach. Anyway, she was excellent, and we raised $10,000 for scholarships for students at Long Beach City College and Cal State Long Beach. It was here in room T1200, and I want to thank the staff and Jay Lopez. His assistant was there to help us, and I called him. He came, gave his card, gave his cell phone number, and I called him a number of times, and he ran over and helped us. It was fabulous. It was a luncheon, and everybody had a great time. Then on May 6th, I attended the Lakewood Village Neighborhood Association Board meeting, at which they discussed that they would like to have a presentation by the college on the housing. And they're very interested. They're also very supportive of the housing project and wanted to have, so I've talked to Candace about making a presentation and probably in T1200. Then on May 7th, I attended the Rotary Investment Committee meeting. The Long Beach Rotary has an endowment of $17 million. And so our committee decides how the money is invested and how much to give out, our spending policy, things like that. I enjoy being on those kind of committees because I learn more than I'm giving about investments and things like that. Anyway, also that on May 8th, I went to Pilates with the president, which was a giveaway of, I guess you call it ice cream bars, yeah. Yeah, P-A-L-A-T-E-S, not Pilates, Pilates. I'm probably not saying it correctly. What? Oh, paletas. Okay, there we go. See? All right, thank you. Anyway, yeah, the Italian was getting in the way. It was also a grad bash, and what I loved was there were many tables out from the college Also, congratulating people on getting ready to graduate. You could order your cap and gown. You could, the Alumni Association was there to get people's names and emails and things like that. And, there were hundreds of people there. It was a great turnout. I don't know how many pilates they served, but they served a lot, and they were excellent. Also had lunch. Then on the 8th, that evening, I attended the newly tenured faculty party in the bistro, and the bistro provided beautiful hors d'oeuvres, and it was very well received, and the people who were being honored were very excited about being honored. And I know, having someone who went through tenure, and my tenure was a lot easy, because years ago, if you didn't get in trouble, you got tenure. You didn't have to do anything except behave yourself, which I did for 3 years. And they had to go through a lot more rigorous training to become newly tenured faculty, so they were very excited about being fully tenured now. Then on May 13th, I went to an event at Cal State Long Beach, at which the Long Beach Rotary honored their Cal State Long Beach graduates, and there were about 15 students there, and they each talked about where they were going. Oh, I always run out of time, and what they were, but nobody died this month. Okay, and then lastly, last night I gave a talk on travel, and I'll end there right there.
All right, thank you. Well, folks, we're still about halfway through our meeting. We still have AI policy, student housing, the Personnel Commission budget, sabbatical presentation. So those who are still with us, there's a ways to go tonight. There was quite a bit of events I attended this month, from the API DESI Heritage Kickoff, our Latino Economic Forum that we hosted again here on campus, along with our artwork at Long Beach Trade Tech. I want to congratulate the graduates and look forward to everyone crossing the stage next month. One of the privileges of being board president is my signature gets to go on every diploma. So, G, I hope you won't forget me every time you look at your diploma. Remember Trustee Intuk. We do have, I do want to point out and give a shout out to Brad Crutchfield, who's not with us today, who's recovering from surgery. But if you look to the right here, we have a new Long Beach City College logo to balance the room, like we have our seal here, we have our LB. I know Brad personally put that together and worked with our facility folks to put up there. So please give Brad a shout out. I think he's watching tonight. Give him a round of applause. And just in closing, I want to speak to the false charge of anti-Semitism. There is real incidents of anti-Semitism. We've seen a record increase in hate crimes and violence in the last year, and it really does a disservice to the Jewish community and the community at large when false claims are made. Because when legitimate claims are made, then they're brought into question. Is it real or is it not? And when we have false, misleading, unsubstantiated claims like we have here tonight, it does a disservice to everyone. It puts the Jewish community at risk. So just want to make that clear. Also, why did we not have a resolution? Because we've already adopted a resolution that marks it every month. Dr. Munoz and myself, we work together to develop the budget. Not a single trustee, not a single community member, faculty member asked for an additional recognition this month, or either Jewish American Month or Arab American Heritage Month. So if folks are interested in next year, happy to work with you, but speak up and don't come after the fact and make false claims. So I just want to clarify for the public. With that, we are going to move on to revised board policy 6.2. This is our first reading of policy 2310. It is about the regular meetings of the board. Part of our accreditation process, we go through and review all policies of the board. And this is an update in our meeting schedule to clarify and modernize it. Is there any discussion on the first reading of the board policy? Seeing here none, we'll go to 6.3. This is an action item in the second reading. This is board policy 3175 and administrative procedure 3775. This is for generative artificial intelligence tools This is an action item that will need a motion and a second to advance.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Morton, second by Trustee Malululu. Any discussion on the AI policy? I do have 2 amendments I'd like to propose. I think the administrative procedures were very well put together. The board policy is very concise, but I think it could be strengthened both on privacy and for the principles of upholding academic honesty. So if the maker of the motion and the seconder are open to a friendly amendment, I'd like to add the following language. The district prohibits the use of generative AI tools to collect, store, transmit, or process sensitive information unless it complies with all applicable privacy laws, including FERPA, HIPAA, and state privacy regulations. In addition, add student, faculty, and staff must ensure the use of generative AI tools uphold the principles of academic honesty, including accurate attribution of AI-assisted work and clear disclosure when content is generated with AI support. If there's no opposition from the maker, all right. And I'll leave it up to Dr. Munoz of where in the policy to add these 2 sentences. And when we do, also want to give a shout out to Rob Carmen for his work. I think Rob is here, or he was here earlier. Let's give him a round of applause in the back. Any other discussion on the AI policy?
I do.
Trustee Zia, you're recognized.
I don't quite understand why we're adding these 2 sentences. I'd like to better examine it. Since it's being added contemporaneously without any room for further research for me, I'm going to vote no on it. Even though this is a second reading, it should have come up in the first reading. But nevertheless, you have the votes, and I just want to explain why I'm going to vote no for it.
Any other discussion on the policy? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Any abstentions? The ayes have it, and the policy is adopted as amended. Moving now to our presentation section. Oh, not yet. I jumped here. 6.4, this is Chapter 3, Institutional Recognition. This is a first reading where no action can be taken during first readings. This is Board Policy 3300 and 3501 with Administrative Procedures 3300 and 3501. This is for public records, campus security, and access. Attached to the board docs are copies of the policies proposals. Is there any discussion on the item? Seeing and hearing none, we'll go now to 6.5, Executive Summary, Legislation and Policy Update. This is a discussion possible action item. Attached is the monthly legislative report to the Board of Trustees. There are several new recommendations, bills to take a position on. And if I can ask Mr. Kemp maybe to come up and review those. Also, today is the constitutional deadline for the governor to release the May revised budget, which came out, and I know we did get a little bit of a COLA bump. And if we could summarize the governor's May revised budget as well. Mr. Kemp.
Yes, good evening, Board President Intuk and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present this month's legislative report. The big news, as you mentioned, of the day is at the state level, the governor released his May revised budget plan. Our state advocate, Carol Gonzalez, is on the phone via Zoom to offer a high-level overview of what's in it and what it means for us and other community colleges. Additional analysis from the Chancellor's Office and the Office of the Legislative Counsel should be available soon. Board President Intuk, I'm prepared to give you a brief overview of the legislative report now, or if you'd prefer to go to Carol, we are prepared to have her give her overview right now if you'd like. Whatever your pleasure is, sir.
And on our screens up here, we can see Carol on Zoom. She's not projected above, but she is there. Maybe we can go to Carol while she, to kick it off about the May revise and the budget. And Carol, you're on mute if you can hear us.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, confirm. We can hear you.
Great. Well, good evening, everyone. Superintendent President Dr. Munoz, Board President, board members, and community. Thank you for having me. As Carl mentioned, I'm going to share a quick high-level overview of the governor's budget. And for folks who may not be aware of the process, the governor proposes a budget in January, then shares a proposed revised version of the budget in May, and then a final budget mid-June. Although I would like to note that over the past few years, there have been what has been referred to as baby budget bills or budget junior bills that have been signed over the fall over the last few years. Ideally, and to the point for today, there were a few revisions made to the governor's budget as he introduced in January. And so I would just like to kind of set the stage. California is facing a $16 billion general fund shortfall. The governor highlighted that the deficit is largely due to lower tax revenues caused by some of the economic downturns and the federal tariff impacts, including some of the threats to transfer funds that the state depends on related to transportation, disaster relief, and potentially medicated costs. With that, the governor is taking some quote unquote corrective actions to kind of close some of those immediate gaps. And with that, the state is responding with drawing $7.1 billion from the rainy day fund, taking back $5 billion in healthcare cost reductions, and borrowing $5.3 billion. And that includes some revenue shifts in the budget. All this is to avoid deeper cuts in the future. But to the point for today, I hope that kind of helps set the stage. The community college budget overall saw a base adjustment for the student-centered funding formula, SCIF, and categorical programs cost of living adjustment, so a COLA. And that reflects a change to 2.3%, which is down from 2.43. What that means is that there's a decrease of $12.9 million ongoing for Proposition 98 for the SCIF, and a decrease of $122,000 for select categorical programs, and that includes adult education programs as well. However, I will like to note that there's an ongoing increase of $109.5 million to fund a 2.35% enrollment growth for the SCIF. And just for background, it was previously 0.5%, and this is something that LBCC advocated for too during our January advocacy. So we're excited to see that. Well, personally, sorry, I don't want to speak for the board. And on the other hand, I would also like to note that there is a deferral of $531.6 million for Prop 98. And really what that means is that for the month of May and June of 2026-27, that could impact the college's operations and really require some planning for that delayed cash flow. And in order to fully fund the SCIF, the revision also uses $59 million from the rainy day fund. That's more so for the base funding for community colleges, but there were also some rollbacks in investments. The career passport funding reduced from $50 million to $25 million. The credit for prior learning reduced from $100 million to $7 million ongoing to $15 million one time and $5 million ongoing. The Rising Scholars Network reduced from $30 million to $10 million. The Common Cloud Data Platform took a large cut. It was $162.5 million to $12 million. There was also the Collaborative Enterprise Resource Planning Project, and that was a total withdrawal of $106 $186 million. So essentially we're removing that from the investments. And just for background, that was a platform that community colleges were looking to upgrade outdated systems to help standardize some student and staff experience through the system. And then another withdrawal also includes a $5 million investment for the California Education and Integrity Council. Essentially what the governor was using for the master plan of career education, also eliminating that investment overall. And on the topic of rescinding or taking back, the May revision also takes back $136.9 million for affordable student housing projects. And that also includes $81.3 million for unspecified appropriations for student housing. This is also something that LBCC has been advocating for, including the reallocation of those returned funds. However, I would like to note on a brighter side that there was an increase of funding for the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, which supports workforce development programs that could in turn support Long Beach Workforce Investment Network and the South Bay Workforce Investment Board. And there was an increase of funding to support the Industrial Relations Apprenticeship Grant Program for $18.2 million. The budget does maintain funding for Prop 2, which includes funding for Long Beach's Liberal Arts Campus Building B funds. It also includes maintaining funding for the Cradle to Career Data System and Immigration Services funding. So despite all the cuts, delays, and reduction, our community colleges are still keeping some of those steps to implement the master plan for career ed, supporting the SCIF growth and our capital outlay investments. I know that was very high level and quick, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Caroline. I know it's only been a few hours, but the May revise came out about 10:30 this morning. Any questions or comments for Carol? Dr. Baxter?
Yeah, yes, Carol, I have a question. LA County residents do not have to pay their state income tax until October. Did the governor bring up that maybe more money will be coming in from the LA County taxpayers, or was that not even an issue?
It was briefly mentioned in his presentation, but I think just given the volatility of the federal landscape, I don't think that it's something that the state wants to plan for, and it would more than likely end up impacting next year's budget overall, especially just given a lot of the delays that he's planning for in this budget.
Okay, thank you.
And I did see tax revenue outpace forecast, so we're okay so far. Any other questions for Carol?
Oh, I have a question.
Trustee Zia.
I'm just wondering, what is staff's position or recommendation? We have a litany of bills or action that the Senate is taking, the Assembly is taking. Are you asking us to make a possible action? What's the recommendation before us?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Trustee Zia. There are several bills we are recommending positions on in addition to this overview. I was hoping to get to those after we finish the discussion about the overview.
Okay, and Carol, who are you with again? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
She's our advocate in Sacramento.
With what company?
She's our own company.
Okay, great. Wonderful, thank you.
Carol, if I can ask one follow-up question to clarify on the student housing funds. So they weren't clawed back, they're still there. Can you summarize those grant funding, again, what the status is?
Yeah, so I just want to distinguish the two that I mentioned, or two investments. What Prop 2 is funding is the Liberal Arts Center. which is a building, which is not being clawed back. That funding is still there, the $382,000. However, for student housing, that money is being clawed back. And so that was money that was returned to by San Diego City College and College of the Canyons. And there was a small amount that was not appropriated that's also being taken back.
All right, thanks for that clarification. No further discussion on the budget. Mr. Kemp will go to the bill summary.
Yeah, thank you, Board President, and thank you, Carol. We're very fortunate to have someone with so much knowledge and so many great relationships representing us up there in Sacramento. I know that was a lot to digest, and we appreciate the overview that you were able to provide in such a short amount of time. We look forward to more analysis in the days and weeks to come. Additionally, we are recommending support for positions on the following issues.
Hold on, Mr. Kemp. We have, excuse me, this is the first warning. You're disrupting the meeting. Mr. Trustee Zia, that's your first warning. Mr. Kemp, please proceed.
Okay. Additionally, we're recommending support for the following. The Governor's Master Plan on Career Education, which was discussed briefly in the overview. This plan is designed to strengthen skill development and enhance collaboration among various California higher education sectors. This plan seeks to identify and eliminate structural barriers that hinder Californians from easily navigating the complex landscape of education, workforce training, and access to public benefit programs. Importantly, this initiative draws inspiration from California's historical master plan for higher education from the 1960s, which set a framework for expanding access to quality education. The Governor's Master Plan for Career Education would create a state planning and coordinating body, strengthen regional coordination, support skills-based hiring through a career passport, develop career pathways for high school and college students, strengthen workforce training for young people and young adults, increase access to and affordability of education and workforce training. In January, the governor's budget proposal included $5 million in funding to initiate the plan and related trailer bill legislation for coordination efforts to establish a statewide coordinating entity. And AB 95 is the bill that would activate that funding. We're also recommending support on that. AB 95 by Assemblyman Fong, Mike Fong. This bill closely resembles the Interagency Council proposal in the governor's budget. Recently, it was amended to include additional stakeholders and to expand the work plan. The revised plan now includes specific timelines, deliverables, and a list of interested parties that will be consulted as part of the outlined work. Ultimately, this bill could help ensure stakeholders work more closely and collaboratively with the state to ensure the best use of resources across segments to support students overall. We're also recommending support on a number of other bills. Board President and members of the board, I'm happy to read the analysis or just go down the list, which is also articulated in the memo. I don't know what your pleasure is. I just want to be respectful of your time.
Yeah, maybe for time purposes, we just go down the list. It was provided in advance for everyone's reading.
Certainly. AB 95 Fong, as mentioned. SB 638 Padilla is the California Education and Workforce Development Coordinating Entity. Career Technical Education and Career Pathways Grant Program also supports the governor's master plan. AB 265 Caloza, Small Business and Nonprofit Recovery Fund Act. AB 338 Solache, Workforce Development, the counties of Los Angeles and Ventura 2025 wildfires. AB 628 Zeber, community colleges, housing, local zoning regulations, exemptions. AB 791 Berman, which relates to student financial aid, Cal Grant programs, cost of attendance. SB 624 Caballero, non-minor dependents and tax guidance. AB 850 Pacheco, which relates to institutional debt and transparency, the Institutional Debt and Transparency Act. And those we are all recommending support for. And we are also recommending a watch position per the discussion at last board meeting for AB 90 Jackson, which relates to public post-secondary education overnight student parking. We have student parking, but certain elements of the bill give us cause to want to move it from a support to a watch position. Finally, and most notably on the federal side, Congress began action on House, it's basically the budget reconciliation bill, the compromise bill, which would include initial language for education and workforce, an area we have been watching closely for the last couple of years. On April 29th, the House Education and Workforce Committee voted to advance the Student Success and Taxpayer Savings Plan to the House floor. The proposed legislation makes significant changes to financial aid policy, Pell Grant eligibility, student loan repayment options, risk sharing, and the Department of Education's regulatory authority. As a whole, this legislation makes some welcome changes, but the significant alterations to federal student aid and loan structures will likely limit access to workforce education, especially for students seeking credentials in high-demand sectors. The good news: this legislation establishes workforce Pell Grants, a top priority for community colleges. Expanding Pell Grants to short-term programs is one of the most impactful bipartisan strategies to strengthen workforce readiness, expand access to opportunity, and align federal education spending with economic needs. The bad news: the committee has a stated goal to make higher education more affordable and streamline processes, but the changes to student aid eligibility, particularly eliminating eligibility for less than half-time students and loan structures, will likely result in the turning away of qualified students who cannot otherwise afford to advance their education. Ultimately, many of the changes will drive up repayment costs and limit future borrowing options for those who are least able to afford it. The proposed changes to Pell specifically may force individuals to either take on more debt or more coursework. And the addition of the workforce Pell is estimated to benefit approximately 100,000 students per year, which could offset some of the negative impacts from reducing overall Pell eligibility. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much. At this point, we'll take a motion and a second to adopt the recommended positions. Motion by Trustee Malulu, seconded by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion on the bills? I have a question. Trustee Zia is recognized.
Thanks, Carl. This is a great report. I appreciate it. And I'm not quite following on your page 5 for the one that we're watching. This is AB 90. What do you mean, given that the bills for consideration were categorized as informational? I'm sorry, you're saying that some of the components affects us? Is that the analysis because of the overnight parking programs? So why are we watching this and not supporting, and what are the fiscal concerns that we may have to bear in mind that we may have to watch for? I guess, why are we not supporting this at this stage?
Sure, happy to speak to that. Thank you for the question, Trustee Zia. While AB 90 seeks to address student homelessness by requiring overnight parking programs at community colleges, LBCC already operates a similar program on campus, demonstrating its commitment to student basic needs. The Community College League opposes the bill, and the committee has raised several fiscal concerns about the bill as well. It also has had concerns raised by the CSU, but because we already have something in place, further impositions from the state could be read as unfunded mandates and require us to spend more than we're already spending.
How much are we talking about? Have we done an assessment?
I'm happy to get back to you with that number. I don't know it off the top of my head, but perhaps some of my colleagues behind the rail may know. I don't know off the
fair
top
enough.
of my head.
I should have asked this in advance so you would have enough time to research it. But those are some of the touch points, and I'm happy to support this, provided we come back and examine this closer at a future stage.
Thank you so much. I'll be happy to get that information to you as quickly as I can.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion on the item? Mr. Kemp, or even if Carol's still there, what is a suspense file? What does it mean when a bill is put on suspense file?
It basically is dead until raised again. When it's put on suspense, it's run its course between the two houses, if it's made it that far, but it's basically a dead bill.
Did any of the bills on the list here end up on suspense file?
I think AB 90 ended up on suspense.
If I can clarify, if that's okay.
Sure, Carol.
Sorry, Carl, I didn't want to confuse the board, but essentially the suspense file is, yes, very suspenseful to Carl's point, but it's bills that have an appropriation cost of over 100K. So if it will cost an agency or any organization over $100,000 to operate, it will automatically go to a file in the Appropriations Committee, which is called the suspense file. And what the committee will do is they will dispense of all the bills at one time in that hearing. And if your bill is vocally shared, that your bill is moving forward. If your bill is not mentioned, then your bill dies, essentially. And it is a way that oftentimes bills are essentially kept or held or die, to Carl's point too. And so if there are bills we're supporting, we're hopeful that they make it through the suspense file.
Thank you for that further clarification.
Appreciate it. Thank you again, Carol. Thank you again, Carl. At this time, we're going to take a vote.
Thank you.
All those in favor of supporting the recommendation, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it, and the recommendations are adopted. We're now moving to Section 7 for our sabbatical presentations, which we have two tonight. 7.1 is Ryan Carroll. Ryan, welcome back. I know we missed you last month. And we're going to have Dr. Lee Douglas give an introduction. Professor Carroll.
Thank you, Board President Intuck, members of the board, President Munoz. Tonight, we're pleased to have two sabbatical presentations. The first will be by Professor Ryan Carroll, who's a professor of physics in our physical science department. Professor Ryan Carroll is in his 10th year here at LBCC. You've likely seen him from his work in the Faculty Association and negotiations team. Today, he's presenting on flipping physics 3A and physics 3B instruction here at LBCC. And because of his sabbatical, we have a new resource here that faculty can use to begin flipping their classrooms. For more information right now is Professor Carroll, and the floor is yours, sir.
Excellent, excellent. Oh, sorry. So we'll try to get through this fast because I know we all want to get home soon. So, right, flipping is a term that a lot of professors are starting to use, but Board of Trustees members may or may not use. So if you look at the screen, or you might have ones in front of you, kind of just showing what's happening. So essentially what we're doing is oh, it's not going. Anyway, well, we'll just have to kind of, show. But that in a normal class, right, the professor stands up, talks, introduces the material, and then the student is expected to master the material on their own, sometimes with homework, sometimes with a textbook in between, and then show their mastery many weeks later with an exam. For our flipped class, what we want to do is, right, now that we have so much better textbooks and so much better technology, I'll show you some of that stuff a little bit later, we're going to try to put the onus on them to learn ahead of time. And this has already been in practice for a lot of other classes. If you took a literature class, you'd expect to read the book before you got through class, and you would not expect the teacher to read the book to you. So this is just something kind of a little bit new for science classes because we did have pretty rough stuff for that. So that's just what it means to flip a class, is to expect them to do all the preparation before and to give them materials to do so. So why do we do this? Well, you can see a quote from Oregon State University. The drop fail withdrawal rate went from 36% to 12% in a STEM class. And you can kind of see a couple different, distributions of the drop fail rates for these. And oh, sorry, this is the gains rate. So this is, if you give them a test at the beginning of the course and give them a test at the end of the course, this is how much better they'll do with the same test at the end of the course. So the green is our active programs involving flipped classrooms. The dark blue or purple is the traditional stuff. So we're doing this to get them not only to pass classes better, but for them to learn more while they're within that class. Our ultimate goal here is, at least in physics, is to get them to transfer out of here and to get them to succeed when they do transfer. So apparently this image didn't go through, but my sabbatical project was to flip Physics 3A and Physics 3B and to eventually deliver a Canvas course with all the material developed, and then any professor can flip the same course with my help, so if we have any adjuncts or anything like that. So just take you through some of the initial setup. Our IATS had a very great e-glass, but they didn't set it up at whatsoever. So I came in and they just kind of gave me the corner of a room in the library, came up, built that whole thing, and kind of developed what was going on. And so you can kind of see a screenshot from one of those e-glass sessions where I'm taking people through fairly interesting, intense 3B course. So this thing does exist and it can be brought back up, but right now, since we are about to show you a better resource, that's what we have with that. So then during the course of the semester, Dean Moises Gutierrez was able to find some funding. And so he kind of just said, how much money do you need? And I gave him a number. And 3 or 4 months later, he said, hey, I got that number. So then I went with Learning Glass. They're a company based in San Diego. Drove down there, picked up all the materials, drove it back up, and we set up all the materials pretty much by myself. A little bit more involved and intense because now we have a camera that is able to be positioned a little bit differently, but you can see, right, we need even more. But now that gives us 3.5 times the area for the light board, so I don't have to be sitting down, I don't have to be very cramped, we can really have a little bit more stuff with this. So that is currently the facilities that we have right now in L152. I think just with a couple minutes, maybe up to an hour of undusting things and making sure the cameras all work, that we can have any faculty up and recording these videos. So this is the majority of the sabbatical project, so I can kind of show you a little spreadsheet of all the different videos that we recorded. So this is about 130 videos. You can see they're kind of roughly organized into schedules, and so then, each of these roughly corresponds to a week of course, to a week. What happened is, when you see some gaps, I am trying to find 12 videos per week, and so I can't make 12 videos per week in 1 year for all 30 weeks, so what I've done is I found videos from other sources. So every so often, there are other sources that have, 2 or 3 of what I need for the week, and so I don't make videos for that, but I make a lot of other videos. You can see at the very bottom that I got, I couldn't find enough stuff for Maxwell's Laws, so I made 6 videos for that. Here is an example of one of the videos, if this plays. Let's take you through the sketch steps for 2 different energy conservation problems, one in which mechanical energy is conserved, one in which mechanical energy is not conserved. So in this one, we have 2 masses connected by a spring that are under the influence of gravity, but are also traveling with their own velocities. Don't worry, this is a bit more complicated than what we normally do in this class, but just to show you what's going on with it. So that's what's going on. Each of these videos is going to be kind of 4 minutes to 12 minutes, depending on the subject content, trying to be a single subject in one video so they don't have to skip around for the video to get different lessons for this. So those are the videos. And then in addition to that, I did a lot of developing of course material so that when a professor wants to adopt a course, they have everything that they need. All of the quizzes that they would need, whether they want to do weekly quizzes or daily quizzes. If they want to start offering exams, they have a choice of exam questions, 5 to 7 per topic, usually 1 exam question per topic for another thing, labs and all this stuff like that. So all of this is under the Michael Robertson's great Teach Web 2.0 training of kind of how to present something for that. So here's an example of a piece of student communication. So this would be what we would send to students every single week, but also have available on the class Canvas. So we have, for that flipped stuff, we've got the reading. If you like books, that's all great. You can see the videos where we have all the different videos. In green specifically are the videos that I made, and in white are the videos that other people made. And then, to be still an online course, we have all of the preparation for that, the conceptual assignments, problem-solving assignments, and then preparation stuff for exams and labs. So that was my sabbatical project. Any questions or comments that I can help answer for anyone?
Thank you, Ryan. Great presentation. This time we'll take any questions anybody has. Trustee Malauulu is recognized.
Thank you for being here, Professor. I don't have a question for you. I just want to share with you that my oldest daughter has watched your videos before. She just got her master's degree this past weekend from Duke University, and she sent me a link to one of your videos maybe 2 or 3 years ago when she was at UCLA, and she said, "Mom, do you know him?" I said, "Actually, I do." She said, "His videos are really helpful." So you've got people, she was at UCLA at the time, you've got people at UCLA watching your videos, so thank you for that.
Cool.
All right, well, thank you, Ryan. We'll go to our next presentation.
Excuse me, I also wanted to respond.
Oh, he's already walked away. Let's go to the next presenter.
This is what you do as board president. You don't recognize all board members, and it's regrettable to see. I'm very distasteful.
Excuse me, you're out of order.
I'm not.
Thank you, Board President Intuk. For our second sabbatical presentation this evening, we have Professor Carlos Ramos. Professor Ramos is in his 20th year as a full-time sociology instructor here at LBCC. He served in many capacities here at the college, and during his sabbatical, Professor Ramos created a 10-chapter OER textbook for our LBCC Sociology 13 course. Professor Ramos, the floor is yours.
Thank you, VP Douglas. And good evening to all the members of the Board of Trustees, VPs, President Intuk, Munoz, Hunt, Chase, and distinguished guests. My name is Carlos Ramos, and this evening I will present on my sabbatical leave project, which was the creation of an OER textbook for our Sociology 13 course here at Long Beach City College. So what is OER? In case you're unfamiliar, OER stands for Open Educational Resources, and they are free or reduced cost textbooks and other instructional materials for our students. As you may know, there are state and local efforts to expand the availability of OER textbooks and also OER majors. So for example, here at Long Beach City College, in our department, we plan to offer an OER sociology major in the near future, so the completion of this book will bring us closer to achieving this goal. So my sabbatical project was to create and publish an OER textbook for our Sociology 13 course, which is Sociology of Latinas and Latinos. And so I settled on a matching title for the OER textbook with an intersectional approach. And since I had previous experience co-authoring an OER textbook using LibreText for a different sociology course, I decided to use the same platform for this textbook. So this new OER book consists of OER materials that are publicly available, revised material from my previously co-authored textbook, and also my original writing. So I read and reviewed dozens of articles, books, research reports for this project, and I provided a complete listing of them in my formal sabbatical report. So I completed my Sociology 13 OER textbook during my leave, and it is now available on the LibreText platform. And so overall, the purpose of the textbook is to provide a 10-chapter textbook for our Sociology 13 students, but it could also be used for other related ethnic studies courses. So the textbook can be used in its entirety or in part. And another benefit of having it published on the LibreText platform is that it can be readily revised or updated to reflect current events or new research on a particular subject. So why an intersectional approach for this textbook? An intersectional approach in sociology emphasizes the intersection of race, ethnicity, social class, gender, sexuality, disability, and immigration status. So for example, this excerpt from the textbook focuses on the intersectional experiences of Latinas in the workplace, as research shows that undocumented Latinas are more susceptible to workplace and labor law violations. And then the following two slides cover the chapters of the book and the main themes covered by each chapter. So chapter 1 focuses on sociological concepts and theories, and that includes intersectionality. Chapter 2 focuses on colonialism and neocolonialism. Chapter 3 focuses on migration and immigration patterns. Chapter 4 focuses on Latina, Latino, Latine subgroup demographics. Chapter 5 covers identity, culture, and adaptation. So that's where we cover the history and of the different identities and labels. The second half of the book focuses on gender, sex, and sexuality. That's covered in chapter 6. Chapter 7 focuses on important social institutions, the incorporation and integration of the population into, for example, politics, the economy, family, religion. Chapter 8 focuses on education. Chapter 9 focuses on social change, power, and resistance movements. And chapter 10 focuses on the future of Latinos in the United States. And so the book and the chapters include images that have been verified as open use images, so they're all okay to be used in an OER textbook. And I also use, for example, the Pew Research Center. So they allow for an open and public use of their research for OER textbooks, so I use them throughout the book. And to conclude, the OER textbook is actually being currently piloted in my Sociology 13 class this semester. So I look forward to receiving valuable feedback and comments from my students. And this book will also be reviewed by sociology faculty in the coming year. 2 of my colleagues have already expressed interest in reviewing the OER textbook. I also want to thank the folks at LibreText, especially for the training and technical assistance from Delmar Larson and his great staff. And last but not least, I'd like to thank all of you, the Board of Trustees, for supporting this sabbatical project, for supporting academic freedom, and also for supporting the collective effort to increase our offering of diverse courses here at Long Beach City College. So that concludes my presentation of my sabbatical, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Professor Ramos. Great presentation. Really appreciate it. I have 2 questions for you.
Mhm.
One, was there any aha moments that you took away from this experience or throughout putting the book together?
There are some books that I really found really enlightening, and a lot of the articles that I researched and reviewed. There were a lot of great aha moments for sure. Yeah.
And then second, I've seen new tools that are able to make audiobooks. Have you considered making an audiobook of your book?
I haven't considered that, but I will definitely think about that. Right. Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Great. Anybody else, any other questions? All right. Professor Ramos, Professor Carroll, thank you so much for the updates and sabbatical. We'll now move to item 7.3, Liberal Arts Campus Student Housing Presentation. This is an informational item, but we have Vice President Jones to give us an update on student housing. VP Jones.
Good evening, trustees. I'm gonna put this over here. It's funny, the technical person in me, you get up to the podium and you're always worried, like, I'm gonna have the problem with the technology, but hopefully it'll go well this evening. Let's jump in. It has been an incredible journey for Long Beach City College as it relates to its student housing projects. I think it's always really important to share out what has brought us to this moment, particularly around the data that kind of led us to here. And so in 2020, Long Beach City College conducted a feasibility study to determine the need for student housing. And at that time, the analysis really identified a demand for 1,275 beds related. Our students who are both required affordable housing or were housing insecure really expressed a need. I think as we entered into the pandemic, it really sort of exacerbated that issue. And in fall of 2022, Long Beach also City College conducted a student survey that found that 23% of our students at that time were experiencing housing insecurity. I think what's really important to point out is that a greater number of students of color were reporting housing insecurity as well as food insecurity, particularly those Black and African American students were reporting the greatest need. But understanding this real strategic importance and offering affordable housing options to LBCC students, the Board of Trustees initiated the LAC Student Housing Project, as well as our North Long Beach project, really as strategic priorities. But this is all really couched under what I think is a really pivotal moment for the city of Long Beach. So the Long Beach Housing Promise, is really an important, the greatest example of a collaborative effort between public agencies who are committed to solving a problem. And I think it's it's a testament to not only the foresight and the vision of these entities, but also really the collective leadership. So we have, of course, the City of Long Beach City College, go, California State University Long Beach, as well as Long Beach Unified School District, really committed at that time in 2023 to committing to exploring a broad framework of strategic collaborations and advocacy, long-term planning, joint uses of spaces, layered funding opportunities, strategic advocacy, development of shared public-private partnerships, policy innovations that enable better development of quality, accessible housing to support families across Long Beach. I want to make one quick mention because it'll be entered and forwarded to you all and entered into the record, but Mayor Richardson shared a letter that will be forwarded to all of the trustees in terms of his support, just really acknowledging how this moment, this evening, again, continues to really express this partnership. So I'll make sure that that gets forwarded to you all and entered into the record. All right, so just sort of thinking through the umbrella of the promise, housing promise. So this project really is considered sort of like the scope of it is originally thought and conceived of on Lou Davis and Clark. Some of the design criteria is around a 4-story building with over 400 beds, of course, multi-purpose rooms, kitchens, laundry, a rooftop amenity space. This is a picture of that. Gross square footage is over 93,000 square feet. Design build is the delivery method. The schedule to start that design process this year in 2025 with the start of construction in the fourth quarter of 26, with a completion in the third quarter of 28, with a fall opening in the fall of 28. The project budget is around $91 million. For construction, I should clarify, and the project is currently conceived as meeting LEED Silver standards, although we are working to get to that gold standard status. A little quick understanding of our procurement timeline. So there's been a lot of activity on this campus with a collaborative process between our Long Beach City College staff, of course, our partners in that, our BMT team, and Gensler to really confirm the initial design criteria. That entered into sort of like a pre-qualification process, which was issued in September of 24, where there were 12 design-build entities who submitted proposals, went through a scoring, did some interviews, and we settled on 3 pre-qualified bidders, who then we released a formal RFP in March of this year. Those 3 firms came then for interviews on the 25th, and on your agenda this evening later is an intent to award the pre-construction services for that contract. I always like to give a little bit of shout out and appreciation because it takes a lot of effort. If you guys don't know, and I'm sure you do, these proposals are hundreds of pages because these firms really come with a lot. They are asked to really share an incredible amount of information. And so these are the folks who served on the interview committees for both the application stage as well as the interview stage on the 25th. So Dr. Kirkwood, Lelaine Fabi, Dr. Slaughter, Juan Santana, and Claudia Sosa, of course with always collaboration and support from Cordoba and Gensler. So thank you all. Some of them are here. All right, tonight I have the pleasure of introducing our newest partners, the Swinnerton and AC Martin's team. Really what I would like to say in terms of the interview process, they really prepared an innovative and really creative presentation that many of the scoring team really kind of reviewed, looked through. They were given a set of design criteria. So everybody's sort of given the same bit of information, but what we found and what the scoring team found is that they push sort of the limits beyond. They are really working to not only help us achieve what we've conceived, but to push back, to help us actually get more out of our projects. And so I'm gonna put them a little bit on spot, so forgive me. I'm gonna ask our 4 partners who are here this evening to stand and be recognized. So I have with me tonight David Cramp, who is the executive in charge, Gilbert Roca, who is our architect, project executive, Nicola Boldrin, who is our design manager executive, and Tim Sisora, who is our construction executive. They were amazing, did an amazing job during the presentations. They have been easy to communicate with. They have really continuously showed sort of a partnership. I want to also acknowledge two mini points that sort of happened really recently. So Swinnerton has done a lot of work and understands the importance of our unions and our partnerships and working with our community student workforce project agreement. And so they have already agreed, David Cramp on behalf of Swinnerton has agreed to sign the letter of assent within the next couple days. He and I are going to be working on that to get that signed and sent to the board. We also get an opportunity, VP Madrid and I, in the next few months to work with our Western States Council of Carpenters, as well as the LAOC Board, Building Trades Council in the next few months to really check in on our community workforce agreement. We think that that's really important. I get an opportunity to meet with and work with Mr. Lawson. So I just wanted to acknowledge that because it really was in terms of understanding the importance for the board, as well as important for Swinnerton to continue those commitments. So thank you for that. Okay, so I'm gonna say, I am going to show you a fly-through. There's a few minutes. But I need y'all not to like fall in love. Like you can date it a little bit, because what I would say is this is the innovation and the creativity that this team brings to this project. We still have some feasibility that we are working through. We still have some permitting conversations with the city of Long Beach that we need to work through. So while there is an amazing fly-through that we're going to show you, we're going to work through that over the summertime, but you'll see why they really rose to the top.
The new Long Beach City College student housing is more than a new building. It's a bold step toward a bright future. It is a transformative project that will redefine the student experience. Strategically located at the intersection of Clark Avenue and Elu Davis Street, this project will serve as a vibrant new campus gateway, bridging the academic core with the broader Long Beach community. It's not simply about location. It's about connection to place, purpose, and people. Strategically positioned adjacent to the new stadium and athletic sports complex, this residential community plays a critical role in revitalizing a key edge of campus, injecting energy, identity, and opportunity into an area ready for renewal. Our design is a seamless extension of the campus, familiar, intuitive, and purposeful. A clear, inviting arrival sequence welcomes students home daily, reinforcing a sense of place and personal connection. We've prioritized nourishment and convenience by including a well-placed grab-and-go cafe, giving students quick access to food as they head to class or return home. Exposed mass timber infuses the interior with a sense of natural calm and warmth, elevating the student experience through material authenticity and sustainable design. At the heart of the community lies a protected courtyard offering a dynamic mix of programmed outdoor spaces, perfect for gathering, socializing, and enjoying the iconic California climate. The laundry and multi-purpose rooms open directly onto this space, ensuring constant movement and activation. Open communal spaces spill out toward the public, inviting collaboration, relaxation, and community engagement. Generous living rooms and focus lounges bring natural light deep into the building during the day. And after dark, they radiate warmth and vitality, signaling the life within. Every floor cultivates community, with living rooms adjacent to shared kitchens, creating natural gathering hubs. At the same time, quiet, intimate focus lounges at each corner offer students space to recharge and reflect. The outdoor experience continues with dedicated amenities like a dog walk and grooming stations. With intention and care, the proposed design increases the bed count by 27, bringing the opportunity for housing to 446 beds. We've shaped the building with sensitivity to its context, lowering the height to 3 stories along Clark Avenue, and reducing window exposure by half to preserve neighborhood privacy and scale. Thanks to smart program consolidation, a dedicated back-of-house access road keeps services like mail, deliveries, and trash discreet and out of sight. Sited further west, the roof terrace maximizes stadium views for residents while minimizing sound and light spillover into the surrounding neighborhood. In every detail, this student housing project uplifts, empowers, and supports students on their academic journey. It's a place to live, learn, and belong. A true home away from home at Long Beach City College. The new Long Beach City College student housing is more.
All right, so just to sort of give you a couch on our next steps. So the team will continue to work through the project criteria, the feasibility, and the planning through the summer and this fall 2025, which also gives us actually an opportunity to re-envision what we're sort of conceiving as a student housing complex. Since the board, under your direction, we are also purchasing that Frontier project on the corner of Lou Davis and Clark. So it gives us an opportunity to sort of figure out how the integration. This work, though, will come back to the board to award the construction portion of the contract in the November, December timeframe. And so this portion tonight, what's on your board, is the pre-construction services. When we come back in November and December, that's when we'll award the construction pieces of that. In parallel, though, as the project requirements become clearer, we're also working to operationalize the contract with CSU Long Beach. And so again, on your board agenda, which is really exciting, an ongoing commitment and a partnership with Cal State Long Beach in them working with us becoming the operators. And so there's an MOU also on the board agenda tonight to sort of solidify that agreement or that commitment, and we will work through then the contract details and then bring that back to you at a future date. And then always we will continue to monitor and adjust the circumstances, which are quite honestly some of which is outside of the district's control, such as tariffs and monitoring with that, workforce availability, working with through the CWA and all of those pieces. And so with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to help.
I have questions.
Thank you, Vice President Jones. Appreciate the presentation. This is an opportunity for folks to ask questions, if anybody has them.
I do.
I will recognize Trustee Zia.
First of all, great job. I'm really happy that we are daylighting this finally. I have a couple of questions. some observations for the team to bear in mind. First of all, I think, and I'm going to opine when the line item comes, but I'd like to better understand you said that the design, this team surpassed the expectations, and I want to understand how pricing was factored into the determination, since you spoke about that piece. The other item I wanted to mention is that maybe I missed it, it's probably me, but parking considerations and security, and I don't see that anywhere here. I just see the gross square footage provided, and perhaps this is going to be coming before us in the subsequent stages of the project once we reach that design maturation point. But I think Swinnerton, I've had the past experience working with them. They're pretty, I've been pretty impressed with them. I just have an observation. You need more female executives. It's very important to me as a civil engineer who's been in construction. It's nice to see. No critique, but just an observation. We support female in leadership, as you can see with Candace Jones here. Yeah, those are some of the touch points, and I'll reserve the rest of my questions for the other item for the contract award, and also the valuation of work for this prospective contract. If you have that, that would be great. Thank you.
So Trustee Sia, thank you so much for the questions. I'm going to start with the design build and sort of the question around the pricing. So the real important piece about going in that direction, it really allows us to build a criteria in terms of how we're going to rate, which is just outside of just the lowest bid value, right? And so there are times in which we're looking for partners with specialized skill set and are able to then build that into the scoring mechanisms that, regardless of price, while those things are really important to us, we also really want to value skill set and other things that firms bring to the table. In this case, I think the work that they are currently doing with Cal State Long Beach, I think also, so there was a lot of presentation around, and I have to be careful because there was also, we signed some NDAs about the interview, but generally speaking, there was a lot of conversation about the student-centered sort of programming and design and how they thought about their design that I think really sort of allowed them to shine in that moment, as well as then the current work that they were able to integrate into their presentations about what's happening at Cal State Long Beach, which I think sort of helped them in that piece. So that, you know, the amount of the contract isn't really what's contested in that moment. It's really around the criteria in terms of how we're rating them in these different areas. So that's one piece. I believe then you asked about parking considerations and security. So the parking considerations piece, there will be a traffic study that will be a part of the project that will help us inform whether traffic coming in off of Clark or Lou Davis, and sort of what that then contributes to the neighboring community. And so we are working to get that information to help inform this criteria gathering process. And then the security piece, I think also, well, let me say one more thing about parking. So as a part of that, it also then helps us understand how students, this new now 446 potential beds on that corner, is also how our students are going to park and then get to and from their new housing unit. And so that'll also be a part of that traffic study project. And then the security piece that you mentioned, so a part of the original application that we did for the state for that student housing project actually had an embedded operational budget that included sort of what the need for not only custodial, but also security and other sort of partners that need to be on site, whether there's impact on student services and those sorts of things have been built into that. And so we work, of course, really closely with Long Beach PD to kind of inform what that's gonna look like, and we'll continue to do so over the next years as we ask those questions.
And just to also remind the board, where the location is, when we had the discussion at the board retreat last summer, it was highlighted that particular site was located and selected because of the proximity to public safety. I mean, it's literally, it's contiguous with the property on where we're gonna build. So not to say that there wouldn't be additional security needs, but just even to know that our public safety officers will have line of sight of the facility was one of the factors. So I just wanted to point that out as well.
Thank you. We're at the 5-minute mark for Trustee Zia's questions. We'll go to Dr. Morton next.
Just had a quick comment. First of all, I want to thank VP Jones for a wonderful presentation and really showing us what the opportunities are and what the future is going to hold for our student housing, and to thank all of the people, all of the team who worked on putting this part of the project together. It's going to make a huge impact on all of our students' lives as well as the surrounding community. So I just wanted to say thank you and commend you for a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to Dr. Baxter.
Yes, I want to congratulate you and the design team on this building. This is something that Trustee Zia and I have wanted for a long, long time, driven people crazy. But I also want to congratulate you that you have the building on the inside, so it's not on Clark Avenue, the entrance. And I think that will make the neighbors happy because we'll have activity inside in the inner courtyard. And so I want to congratulate you for that design. And I see this as just a wonderful thing. Also, involving Cal State Long Beach, that has a history of dorms and as operators will be, I think, a real blessing because they come with all the understanding of dealing with students and student needs and student problems. And lastly, I was an RA when I was in college. And I mean, girls fought over hairbrushes. I mean, nothing serious happened. But I would think today you're gonna need a certain kind of RA, and you've got to have them in a building with 440 beds. And so I would think that you'll get direction from Cal State as what kinds of people to hire. I didn't get paid. I just got free board, which was wonderful. Worth years ago, worth thousands of dollars. So thank you for thinking about that too.
Thank you, Dr. Baxter. I just want to make 2 quick points. So the entry on Clark is a really innovative approach. I just want to shadow, we've got to work with the city of Long Beach in terms of permitting and making sure that we think it's a great approach. Swinnerton has done a wonderful job expressing that, but we will be working really closely with them to make sure and to get input from them. And then the only second piece is, I love the comment about Cal State Long Beach and their experience and expertise in housing and being the operator. One of the pieces in terms of pulling this design team together over the summer in terms of working through all their requirement, Dr. Corral, of course, will be very much like, the student-centered sort of approach and his leadership on that front. The other piece of that, though, is also inviting them to the table to give us some real important advice, like you might want to think about this and you might want to think about that, because also they are further along in their housing project, not only in their housing experience, but their current housing project that they're currently building. And so they have a seat at the table. We are working really actively with them. And again, I think the MOU that's on the board agenda this evening really expresses that.
Yeah. You might want to think about talking to Gary Little, who used to run student housing at Cal State. He's retired, but he's available and in town, and would give you another historical perspective.
Thank you for the advice.
Thank you, VP Jones. I think tonight is a historic evening. It's been a long time coming. It's no one single trustee got us to where we are. I want to thank Trustee Otto, Trustee Chico, their work. They advanced and supported feasibility studies and funding opportunities and making sure that we got to where we are today. So thank you. This will be our first ever student housing development on the campus. It's not traditional for community college. We're about to be 100 years old and we've never done it in the last 97 years, 99 years. So great to see, and I commend everyone in their participation. A few questions I had on the design build, and I know I sent you some questions in advance, so I'm going to keep it condensed here. On the design build approach, will it take away any work or jobs from Long Beach City College employees?
It will not.
Okay, and then I know there's a design build supposed to save money, expedite projects, transfer the risks to the private sector. Have we found that to be the case in community college or even this project?
I think it's a really interesting question. So the Division of State Architect really authorized the alternate construction delivery methods in 2016. So it is a relatively, sort of in construction years, that's a short amount of time. 10 years is not an incredible amount of time for any one of sort of educational institutions to really demonstrate a lot of evidence. What I will say, though, that we internally continue to track is we have all of these projects that are under different methods. So we have the e-building as design, bid, build. We have, let me think, hold on, where are my notes? Because now, okay, e-building, B-building in the future will be design, bid, build. The Veterans Stadium, as you know, is design, build. The project this evening is also design, build. So what we plan on doing in terms of like really tracking and monitoring what then recommendations we go forward is things like the change orders, you know, it's time to delivery. So there's a lot of conversation between the methods, whether it's design build, whether it's lease back, whether it's design bid build, in terms of sort of like speed to which you deliver a project, that's a component. Whether it's, you know, how much flexibility there is in terms of owner-initiated changes or change orders and things like that. There are a lot of mechanisms that go into the recommendations. What we're doing internally with our bond management team at Cordoba, as well as under Associate Vice President Connell's leadership, is really starting to track those pieces so that as we are making recommendations for future projects like, let's say, the new Welcome Center at TTC, that we'd be able to bring data when those decisions need to be made before the resolutions come with the board, and kind of share out then what our experience is with all of these delivery methods and then the data that backs them. But still, it's a relatively, you know, kind of new, at least for educational institutions, given that DSA only approved these methods in 2016.
Great. And then I know there was a new bill that would student housing exempt from DSA approval. Is that qualified here? Does that going to expedite at all?
It does, but it doesn't. We have taken a path where we are working with DSA in order to get the approval so that there's flexibility in the future to use any of these spaces in instructional so we can gain apportionment. So there's a strategic decision around why we want it to be under DSA approval. And so we'll be working with the teams to do those submittals and get the approvals.
Awesome. And it's my understanding 5 years ago, these projects didn't exist and are not covered under our community student workforce agreement?
That is correct. At least this particular one, which is again why I think it's really important that the relationship and the commitment from Swinnerton to sort of to step up and say, hey, we want to honor that agreement. And then again, as we work through the check-in with our labor unions, we will continue to do that, as well as get input from the board in our July board retreat. I think that's going to be important as we really set the project list for Measure AC. I think that's going to inform the next amendment to that agreement.
And can you explain what the letter of assent is for folks who may not be aware?
Sure, it's an agreement that the design build entity is accepting the requirements within the CWA, both the amendment and the original agreement. So whether it's based on sort of of course, I'm getting tongue-tied now, the apprenticeship pieces, whether it's also the workforce agreements related to how they build the workforce to work on the construction projects themselves.
Great. Thank you. Any other trustees? Trustee Malulu?
Thank you, President Untuck. So I'm in favor of this. I thank you all for the hard work that you've done. I reviewed the plans. We've talked about this before. Great job all the way around. Our community deserves this. I didn't want to take up a whole bunch of time just repeating everything. President Untuck, with respect, I'm going to correct you one time when you said that this was very uncommon for community colleges. That is correct. Student housing is very uncommon for California community colleges, but community colleges across the country do have student housing. So pardon me for that minor correction, but I have visited a lot of community colleges elsewhere, and they do have student housing. For some reason, California has been kind of on the late train, and it's been in the last few years where it's picked up momentum. So I'm happy to see that Long Beach City College is arriving finally there at that place. So thank you.
Duly noted. Dr. Munoz, you have to close it out.
Thank you. Thank you, Board President Tuck. First of all, Vice President Jones, can we give a round of applause to Vice President Jones? Vice President Jones just stepped into this job, what, like 6 months ago and hit the ground running. And it's been 6, right? 3, okay. Well, we know what it's like to work. It's dog years, right? But you've done an excellent job, and thank you so much for stepping in, and we appreciate your leadership and everything. It's really phenomenal. I want to take a moment to acknowledge this board. This has to be one of my proudest moments here at Long Beach City College. When I arrived in 2018, I was so impressed. I'll be really honest, I was kind of intimidated stepping into this college. As a vice president of student services, I remember sitting in the dais the first meeting and I was like, whoa, this is not Rio Hondo. This is like, I felt like I went from like the minor leagues to the big leagues, and that's no shade to Rio Hondo, but I remember sitting here and the first thing you all talked about was housing and how our students needed housing and how what was such a priority. And to be here now at this moment, and I don't know about you, but I felt emotional watching that fly-through video. And I think about all the different hurdles we've had from, you know, the initial feasibility study with B&D and the feedback that came from there to multiple attempts at planning grants and construction grants from the state and almost getting to the finish line and not quite getting there, and that final moment last summer at the board retreat where through your collective wisdom and bold vision said, let's move forward and leverage our local dollars to bring affordable student housing to Long Beach City College. And so I just want to publicly thank you, each and every one of you, for your leadership. This is going to change so many students' lives. So many students' lives and generations will be changed because they will have the opportunity to have housing, to have dignity with their education. And so I just want to thank each and every one of you. So can we give our board a round of applause? I'll stop talking now because I know there's more.
Yeah. We still got an agenda ahead of us. So that's an information item, no voting on this. Thank you so much. We're going to move now to 7.4. Dr. Sims, you ready? We're going to move to College Promise. This is a presentation from Dr. Elijah Sims, our director of Long Beach College Promise. He did give us an executive update 2 months ago, and so this is a subsequent presentation. So thanks for being with us.
It's an honor to go after so many great presenters tonight. So thank you for having me. Elijah Sims, director of Long Beach College Promise, the first promise, the best promise. And a couple months ago, you got an executive summary. This will be a little bit different, but it should complement it well. So as you are likely familiar, the promise includes 3 academic partners as well as our city partner, the city of Long Beach. And I wanted to highlight for you on this next slide a few interesting points of momentum for the promise. I think what stands out for me on here, and it sort of zigzags, right? So it starts at 08, I stopped at 23. There are many other items I could have included, but the thing that I want to highlight on this slide is we started in 08 with a year of free tuition. A lot of what's on here is policy that came after we offered an innovation to the system. So by 2017, for example, AB 19 existed, and that allowed other colleges to have a year of tuition. So you'll notice that a few times on here, we introduced a thing that became a statewide policy. The other thing that's important on here is the Port of Long Beach is not a formal academic partner, but is a formal industry partner, and you can see that in 2018. I want to highlight that the port has also introduced 2 important pathways in collaboration with Long Beach Unified School District, and those pathways are also strategically at some of our institutions on the west side and the north side that could most benefit from that collaboration. For the College Promise, there are 10 goals. There are 4 commitments. When I go out into the community, that's a lot to remember. So I like to think of it as really one promise. And that promise in its simplest form is we promise to work together to ensure that students have the opportunity and a pathway to earn a certificate, to earn a degree, to earn an advanced degree. And since degree ultimately is the focus of the promise, here are some examples of the pathways there. So all students originate from Long Beach Unified School District, but after that, you can go directly to Cal State Long Beach and earn your degree, or you can come to LBCC. You can stop at LBCC and earn your certificate or degree, or you can then continue on and transfer. So if you've been around a while and you have a long memory around Promise, you'll recognize that there are a few iterations. And this is one of our challenges as we're doing community-facing presentations. Some folks remember an iterative version of the Promise. I think the CEOs, when I started actually in my first year, did something that's helped so much to streamline the understanding of it in the community. They took all those different iterations and they really folded it into one. So there's one Long Beach College Promise. I added some dates here for your reference of some of those iterations. On this slide, what you'll see is the benefits that are segment specific. So one is the benefits that are specific to Long Beach Unified School District students. 2 are the benefits for LBCC students. 3 are the benefits for Cal State Long Beach. And then at the very end, on the far right, what you'll see is, again, an understanding of sort of how our pathways ultimately lead to degrees. There are a number of ways that the College Promise supports students. I've shared a lot of them on here. I shared a number of them in the executive summary. I want to hone in on a couple of things that we really do well. Again, we're leaders in the space. I want to highlight on here outreach for seniors. Our outreach for seniors at the high school is incredibly strong. You'll see later some data that really exemplifies that as the high school student population is shrinking, our outreach is so strong that our numbers are held steady. Similarly, when you look at other Promise programs, what sets us apart is our academic supports. So we have such strong case management in the first year experience, in the second year experience, that our outcomes are different for our Promise students. This is one of the reasons that recently we were invited to a community of practice in Austin. They're attempting to start a Promise program there, and they reached out to us, and the Detroit Promise and the Tennessee Promise. And our Promise is not just the first, but it's also the most well-developed. So I put in here a couple student highlights. This is Keon, and this is Jorge. If I start telling stories, I'll be telling stories all night, but Keon and Jorge are really amazing students. They helped us when we redid the website. They are in the College Promise videos, and they've since also transferred to Cal State Long Beach. So I wanted to shout them out and include them in the slides in case you want to read their amazing stories. A couple of data highlights. So I have 3 segments for you. One is about early exposure and CCAP, and as well as individual dual enrollment. I'll direct your attention to the right. Individual dual enrollment are those instances where students and their families activate dual enrollment on their own. College and career access pathways, also known as CCAP, are distinct because those are pathway embedded, pathway aligned dual enrollment instances where we take those classes to the high school site. What you'll see here is that dual enrollment overall has been increasing pretty rapidly. There's still a little bit more IDE than CCAP, but I want to talk to you a little bit more about how that impacts students. So for independent dual enrollment and CCAP, you can see here a racial and ethnic breakdown. What I want to highlight is CCAP is an equity strategy for us because the percent of students in this racial and ethnic breakdown on the CCAP side are pretty representative of who is in Long Beach Unified School District and is more representative of who's in the city as a whole. So overall, what we anticipate for 25-26 is a 6% increase. We're offering 56 CCAP pathway embedded courses, and of course, IDE will continue. I also want to highlight the Long Beach Unified School District to LBCC pipeline. What you'll see in this data is an upward trajectory overall. What you should know is there's around 5,000 students from Long Beach Unified School District who graduate each year. That number is on a downward trend primarily due to birth rate, yet the number of matriculants at LBCC is holding strong and actually increasing. I really attribute that to some really strong leadership at the high school level. So we're talking about Lupe, some really strong support from Alex, who helps with Viking Summer Voyage, and those are under the leadership of Dr. Sonia De La Torre. So I call this the Lupe effect. So an equity highlight here, direct matriculants to LBCC is largely representative of the senior class, and that's important because at least in our direct matriculants, we're not seeing an equity gap. We center our Black students intentionally, our Latino students intentionally, and our API students when we do matriculation work because we disaggregate the data and case manage students as we're looking to enroll them in the college. Highlighting LBCC to Cal State Long Beach data, so this would be our transfer data. What you'll see is an increase from 11% to 20%. And an equity highlight here, among our Latinx and Black students over the last 10 years, our transfers have doubled. So all the data I'm showing you is not LBCC broad, it's College Promise specific. So among College Promise students, we've seen it double in the last 10 years. So this one's interesting. I wanna show you sort of what comes in to the college and that same year, what goes out. So looking at this slide and the ethnic breakdown, what you can see, if you look at the bottom on the left, the total, College Promise students every year is around 1,800 students, right? And then if you look on the right, you can see our transfers. What I want to highlight here is that while our Black and Latinx transfers have doubled, they're still slightly underrepresented in this transfer cohort, and there's still some overrepresentation in other groups. So where are our students going? The majority of our students who are College Promise participants actually opt to go to Cal State Long Beach. There are some other options that they have, of course, and you can see them listed here. And then in terms of future directions, I just wanted to highlight a few things. Again, we're centering Black students in our programming by disaggregating our data and working cross-institutionally to solve problems when we see equity gaps. We are producing for the first time an annual scorecard, and that's going to be available late this spring. We're going to be producing quarterly program highlights. We are continuing to grow and scale CCAP. Again, CCAP is an equity strategy, so We would love to see that continue to grow. There are some constraints, but we're growing it as fast as we can. We are increasing instances of Promise to the Beach. So in our very first MOU, we agreed that students would be admitted to Cal State Long Beach based on the CSU minimums. In subsequent MOUs, it changed to the CSULB minimums. Promise to the Beach is a return to that first MOU. So we're seeing the number of students who are admitted based on the CSU minimums steadily increase. The first year we did it, it was an additional 54 students. This year already it's over 70. Lastly, we are renewing our data sharing agreement. There's a College Promise data sharing group who is working on that. And something that I'm excited about in this coming year is we're gonna be hosting our first citywide college and career fair. So the city and Mayor Rex Richardson have offered us a no-cost day at the arena in downtown Long Beach. So we're solidifying the date. We're hoping that it'll be in October or November, and we hope to have thousands of students there as we used to do at the Pyramid. All this is possible because our CEOs set the tone for the kind of cross-institutional work that they want to see. They encourage us to interrogate data and find cross-institutional solutions. There are so many things I could share about the Promise. I wanted to keep it brief and short in case you have questions. I did get some questions from the board and have drafted some answers for that. So I'll follow your lead if you want to proceed with any of those.
Sure, if you want to keep going and read the question, your answer, and then we'll see whatever didn't get answered or any additional questions.
Okay, so the first question was about dual enrollment. The question was, why are more students in IDE than CCAP? Well, CCAP is only about 2 years old, and the thing that makes CCAP work really well is cross-institutional supports are built around the student. So that's staffing, coordinators, a director. So the outcomes of CCAP courses success rate is really strong, but also we can only build it as fast as we can align with the pathways and build out the staffing. There was another question about, so it says, do we have dual enrollment high school students that are non-LBUSD districts, and if so, how many? So I linked a Tableau to that. There are 21 other districts that we partner with to offer dual enrollment. So the answer is absolutely. And in that Tableau, you can click each school and it'll tell you or each district, and it'll tell you exactly how many instances of dual enrollment we have for that. So I have a digital copy of this for that answer.
I know we got a handout. I don't know if it's the same thing you're reading.
I made a bunch of copies of this one. Do you have this one?
The circles? Yes.
Yeah. So I'm looking at page, now I'm on page 2, and I was talking about B. So there's a digital copy that I can share out that has a link to this public-facing dashboard, and all of the numbers for every district are on there. So question 3 was, what are the counts for LBCC students who transfer, and how are they represented in that 11 to 20% increase? So that one was one of the slides, actually. That was here. So here we can see how many students went to LBCC, I'm sorry, CSULB, and here we can see the ethnic breakdown of that. So question 4 was, what are the 2 and 6 year graduation rates for College Promise students who transfer? So the completion rates for 2 years are 9%. Completion rate for 4 years is 76%, and completion rate 6 years after transfer is 83%. The next question was, of the 244 LBCC students who transferred to Cal State Long Beach, what percent of the total transfers do they represent? So here we just wanted to clarify, LBCC as one of the partners in the partnership defines College Promise a little bit differently. Here, if you're in the Promise, you completed a participation agreement, you enroll full-time, and then we count you in these numbers, right? So there are actually 875 students in that academic year cohort who came from LBUSD. 244 of them meet our College Promise definition. They signed the agreement, they enrolled full-time, and that sort of thing. When those students transfer to Cal State Long Beach, they'll still be considered College Promise students and receive all the supports and benefits there. Number 6.
Elijah?
Yep.
I think on number 5, it was about how many LBCC students transferred to Long Beach State, not Long Beach Unified.
Oh, how many
I mean, the
LBCC?
question.
Okay, so, and I think that one would be this slide. So these are the, so you mean non-College Promise, just?
Right.
Okay,
So 1,000 students transfer and 244 were College Promise?
Yeah, I didn't provide that for you, but I can. I can get you overall transfer numbers as well. So number 6 is College Promise 2.0. Was there ever an agreement to send students who applied to Cal State Long Beach but were denied a letter encouraging them to go to LBCC? There actually is an ongoing effort that does that. I requested that letter from the AVP of enrollment, but I wasn't able to get it from him in time. But that does exist, and it does happen. In addition to that, we send our own letter from the CEOs every spring to all 5,000 graduates. So they should get a communication from Cal State Long Beach if they were denied, but regardless, if they graduate, they get a letter from LBCC's president, Dr. Connolly, and Dr. Baker. They sign it. Lastly, the question number 7 was about CSUDH's dual enrollment MOU that they have with Compton College. We don't have an MOU with CSULB that does what Compton College and CSUDH's MOU does. What we do have from a policy perspective is there's the dual admission policy, AB 132, so that allows students to attend LBCC and then go to CSULB after they complete their requirements. And then in addition to that, there are some instances where LBUSD funds ethnic studies for LBUSD students. And so that's another opportunity for them to participate. We don't have the MOU sort of thing that Compton College has, though. And so those were the questions that I had already received.
Okay, we'll go to Dr. Baxter.
Okay, hi, Elijah. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question, and you just hit upon it about ethnic studies. How many Long Beach Unified students are now in the LBCC ethnic studies classes? And the reason I ask you that is because I was so excited when we took on ethnic studies and the fact that it's a graduation requirement for a 4-year school, but they can take it at LBCC and it is free, and and the classes would be smaller. Do you have an idea?
I don't, and it is a GE requirement now, and we have a Tableau, so I can pull that.
Okay, and then another thing is when it was actually Eloy Oakley suggested the College Promise based on what was done in Michigan, Kalamazoo, Michigan. He came to me and he said, we want to offer one semester, we want to offer free tuition. And I said, one semester, because I thought, oh my God, this is going to cost the foundation a fortune. It ended up not, because so many of the students have fee waivers. But because it became so successful, then we went to 2 semesters, and then we went to 2 years. And so, this was started very slowly and caught on, and, I'm very proud of the fact that the foundation and Long Beach City College were involved at the very beginning.
I'm very proud of it too. We were always ahead of the policy. In fact, I can only assume that the policy exists because of the work of the board and the president.
We'll go to Trustee G and then Dr. Morton.
Thanks, Dr. Sims, for the presentation. Myself, I'm a product of the Long Beach Promise. And, Long Beach Promise is just a fantastic way to give students an opportunity for higher education. As we all know, the cost of college is a reason why students either don't enroll in school or they drop out. So this is just a really good way for students to try to go after either a certificate, a 2-year degree, or go for a bachelor's. But my question is that I don't know if you can answer or if someone on the dais, but how is the Long Beach Promise impacting at least part-time students? Because I know that part-time students sometimes struggle to get certain classes. I know they struggle because certain classes are only in certain semesters. So how is the Long Beach Promise kind of impacting just the part-time students?
Yeah, I think that's a really great question, and that's a part of why on one of the slides, the number of LBUSD students who comes in is different than the number of students who are in the Promise. And the key difference is that in order to be a College Promise student, you have to enroll full-time. You have to complete the agreement. So it's, I can't speak to the non-Promise experience, but I certainly understand that for part-time students, they also need intentional supports.
And just also as an additional reference point, because I know this has come up before and different questions have been raised, why can't we extend the Promise to part-time students? So probably I'm going to say about 6 years ago now, AB 19 and then subsequently AB 2 was passed, and that's the funding now that we have, so we don't over-rely on the foundation and external funds now to provide that fee waiver and support. We get actual state dollars, and that is an actual requirement under the law. So there is some flexibility if you have a accommodation on file with DSPS, but otherwise you have to hold that requirement or there could be an audit finding. And so that's been challenging in the past because, as I mentioned, some students really prefer to say, I want to be a Promise student, but I can only take 6 units. And so we try to connect them with EOPNS or other programs that don't have that requirement, but it is duly noted.
Dr. Morton?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for the presentation and all of the data. I was really struck by how much data sharing there is amongst the partners, and it's a really wonderful program for the community. And as I've heard it say by Dr. Munoz, it's not just a program; it's really an ecosystem that the partners have created. And to that extent, my question is, what additional resources or support would help the schools from the community and the city? What support would help schools and city agencies better publicize the Promise and the success of the students?
Yeah, that's such an important question as we continue to streamline the understanding of what Promise is. I can speak at length to kind of what we've done in part in response to a different board member who suggested, you got to get out in front of community members and spread the word and demystify and debunk the myths So we've done that. We easily have 15 community-facing events a year. And those are the ones for parents in the community. For students, it's more. And every year we're increasing. I think what I started to experience last year is I can't be at all the places presenting. So now I'm leaning on some support across the partners. So there's an assistant director of Promise at Cal State Long Beach. So sometimes he's got to go out, or at the city we have Leonidas, and he's over ed partnerships. So sometimes he's there. I think too, sometimes all of us being out in the community means that we don't have the time to schedule as many of the activities as we would like. So the CEOs did something that was a game changer for me. They split admin support from two institutions. So I have 50% support at Cal State Long Beach and 50% at OBCC, and it's made me 3 times as effective. So just building support and infrastructure around us has been really helpful. At Cal State Long Beach, there's an assistant director, but he has a team around him, and they're looking at, can we have a center? The more our students have a dedicated place to go and dedicated staff members to tap into, I think the easier it is for us to support them. LBCC is a leader in that space. We have an FYE center. We have a welcome center. Our students are covered. I think we're trying to replicate that in some of the other spaces. And as we build support and staffing around us, our capacity, it only grows.
Dr. Sims, thanks so much for the presentation tonight. I really appreciate the effort you put in to put together that executive summary for us 2 months back, I believe. Tonight's presentation, it's good to see the data. I can tell you personally, as Long Beach Unified parent, it is not transparent. It is not clear. They do not update when an index admissions changes from year to year. I've heard complaints from other LBSD parents. The counselor will not approve students for a college promise, so they go here themselves, which I was assuming was why the rate was almost 2 to 1 in the independent versus the on-campus, which I know is relatively new and has had tremendous growth.
I think that note's an important one. So there was a district policy change so that now there's one blanket agreement that allows all students from middle school and high school to do dual enrollment without an individual approval from a counselor. And so that did contribute to more IDE, but CCAP is really the golden goose because that one is the equity strategy that builds the wraparound supports. So the more we can grow that, the better.
Let me say a few more things. I think that's great, and it's good to see that CCAP is working as an equity component. I just want to say, that this is great that we're doing this, but looking at the data, I am frankly underwhelmed to see 244 students in 1 year were the transfer for the amount of what we talk about this program and the marketing that goes into it. I don't know if that's the total slots that Long Beach State gives us. I'm assuming that's not. Looking at the 2, 4, and 6 year transfer rates, which is the standard Department of Education rates to look at, it looks like we're doing better in 4 and 6 than we are in 2, which is very common. We don't have a high 2-year transfer rate anymore. But I'm thinking here, we're the largest issuer of Pell Grants in the county, in the region. Can we have the same focus that we're the largest number of conversion of full-time folks from Long Beach Unified or other places? I know it's a quasi-governmental, you got 3 big bureaucracies you're working with, which is a challenge, but I think it's ripe for opportunity for renewal and reinvestment and focus on, yes, priority registration. How do we sell it more? You get priority registration, you give, book grants or whatever we can do to make it more appealing, because when I go out to communities and churches and I talk to them about College Promise, they say, what are you talking about? No one has ever told me. I've been a Long Beach Unified parent for 20 years. I don't know, is what I hear. And I just think of where is our marketing going? Because we can text message all the parents, we can send them mailers, we can call them. If we're just doing billboards, and glossy flyers, it's insufficient. And I know there was an effort in 2020 to reimagine the College Promise with a racial equity lens, which I never saw the product of that. I don't know if it's publicly ever been shared what the product of that effort was. And I think that would be a great theme to apply to a renewed College Promise. But I think we should continue to look to formalize and expand it beyond Long Beach State. We have too many students. I mean, record enrollment, 38,000 students, 244 spots, it ain't doing it for us. So looking at, yes, we have Arizona State, Dominguez Hills. My understanding, we're one of the largest transfer providers for Dominguez Hills. But do we have a focus on that? Do we have an MOU on that? Can we look at these reverse dual enrollment? Can I be a Long Beach State student and a Long Beach City College student and get recognized? Or, and there was discussions about the dropout rate at Long Beach State and folks finishing 60, 70 degree units with no degree. Can we reverse transfer them here and issue them a degree? That to me is innovative, transformative, because you're gonna have an extra $500,000 in lifetime earning capacity with the AA degree versus 70 units in college debt and no paper, But I think those are honest conversations we need to have with our institutional partners. I don't know if they're frankly ready to have those conversations, but I think it's, past time that we get real. And I mean, that's one of the things about looking at data is you can see what's working, what's not, and where is the opportunity? Because my understanding, half of the students from Long Beach Unified that go to college come here, according to Chris Lund from Long Beach Unified, half. So where are those students in the numbers? Because I want to say it was like 4,000 or something.
Yeah, around 5,000 graduate, around 34% matriculate to here.
So just opportunity, I mean, that seems like opportunity to expand, and it's like, does it bring in more dollars? Because we're getting state funding, is that a revenue growth opportunity for us? These are all rhetorical questions that I would love to see in a future revision of the promise. But I know it's come a long way. We had the whole state senate here at one point to do a walkthrough, and we got a lot of media attention. President Obama adopted it as the national College Promise during his time. So it's been a great signature program, but I think it's ripe for renewal. So thanks for the presentation. Any other questions, comments? Seeing, hearing none, thank you. Elijah, have a great night.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate you. We're now moving to consent calendar, section 8, or consent agenda, 8.1. This is the opportunity for any board member to pull an item from the agenda. At this time, are there any requests to pull any items? I'm going to request to pull item 8.9, ratification of contracts equal to and under $200,000. 8.9, ratification of contracts under $200,000. All right, we'll move to 8.2, which is the consent agenda. I'll need a motion and a second to adopt the remainder of the consent agenda, excluding 8.9.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by trustee Zia, seconded by trustee Morton. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is adopted. We're going to move to 8.9. I'm going to hand this over to Vice President Morton to lead us through it.
Thank you, Board President Intuck. So item 8.9 on the agenda reads, that the Board of Trustees ratify contracts issued equal to and under $200,000 during the period of April 10th, 2025 through April 29th, 2025, as submitted in the board agenda. Do we have any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, can I have a motion?
A motion to approve.
To approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Board President?
I'd just like to note for the record, I'm not participating in any discussion or voting on this item because I have a conflict of interest in one of the contracts.
Do we have any other comments or for discussion? Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Student Trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Annette Morton,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk, Sunny Zia.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Morton. Moving to item 9.1, Human Resources section. This is our Personnel Commission annual budget for 2025-2026. This is a public item for concurrence pursuant to the California Education Code 88073. The Personnel Commission prepares and conducts a public hearing on the budget no later than May 30th of each year. The district met these obligations and held a public hearing on Monday, April 21st, 2025. The Personnel Commission has adopted the 2025-2026 proposed budget at their regularly scheduled meeting on April 21st, 2025. The Superintendent President will execute the notification of district intent to concur with or reject the proposed fiscal year 25-26 Personnel Commission budget form for submittal to the Los Angeles County Office of Education, Division of Business Advisory Services. With approval by the district and county superintendent of schools, the Personnel Commission budget is in the regular district budget. So we do have Caroline here, Executive Director of the Classified HR, to give a presentation and overview of the PC budget. Caroline?
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Ntuk, honorable trustees, Superintendent President Dr. Munoz, Vice Presidents, colleagues, students, and members of the public. Thank you for having me this evening. So on behalf of the Personnel Commission, I will be presenting to you the 2025-26 Personnel Commission budget. I would like to thank the board for their time this evening, but also I would like to thank VP Jones and Sam Chow for helping us with the budget. Here on this first slide, we are providing this current fiscal year's budget, which is in purple. You'll see the total is $812,696. For the next fiscal year, we're proposing a total of $829,404, which is about like a 2% increase for $16,000. And that's the regular increase in salaries and benefits. You'll see that we have 5 major expenditure groups. It's broken down between classified salaries, benefits, supplies, operating expenses, and equipment. If you have no questions, I'm going to move forward. Here, it's a little bit, it's in more details. It's numbers, right? But essentially, we are transparent on what the estimated actual expenses through the end of the year will be for a total of $706,000. The bottom line is, by the end of this year, we're expecting to return to the district general funds about $100,000. But between this year and next year, there's a slight increase of $16,000, which is about a 2% increase. On this next budget, again, it breaks it down, what the projected remaining balance will be, what we would like to have the board to concur with, if possible, for our next year's budget. There are possible changes. I wanted to be transparent about that, about the potential COLA increase or benefit rates. And on this last slide, I wanted to provide the structure of the Personnel Commission staff. I'm a dual hatter, so I report both to the district and the Personnel Commission, and then you have my staff. For all transparency, the operational budget remains the same as last year. And for reference, we have the LACO form. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? Thank you so much, Caroline.
Thank you.
Caroline, any questions from the board? Trustee Malulu?
Thank you for that very short and sweet presentation. Just one question, and if it was in the slide, I'm sorry, I missed it. Is there a comparison between your budget this year and last year, and what changes have there been to the budget?
Yes, I'm happy to cover that. Thank you. So here, the two columns in red or salmon or coral. So you'll see the current year, and you'll see the increase. So for example, the commission members, that's the budgeted item. There's an increase in my salary, but also my staff salary. It's the natural progression every year and the cost of the benefits. That's why it's about 2%. That's it, nothing else changes.
So the only change is that one, there's no other change to the budget? Okay, thank you so much.
Of course.
Caroline, can I ask one question looking at this slide? I see our actual expenses for commission members were $3,000, which I imagine the stipend, but it goes up to $4,400. Is that new, we're gonna get more personnel commissioners or more meetings, or what is it? Why is it going up?
That's an excellent question. So honestly, this has been budgeted for years, as far as 2014. This is budgeted on about 29 meetings, right? So for 3 commissioners at $50 per meeting, the stipend has not increased. When you look at the $3,000, that's the expected expenses. This year, we have about 21 meetings, right? But we budget for 29. Let's say that we have hearings for applications or disciplinary items. We don't want to shortchange or be over budget. So that's what we're trying to plan.
Great, thanks for that clarification.
Of course.
No further discussion. Now, this is a concurrence, not a vote, but it's kind of like a vote. So we don't need a motion or a second, but I'm going to ask all those in favor of concurrence with the proposal 2025-2026 annual personnel commission budget, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstained? The ayes have it. The concurrence has been granted.
Thank you very much for your
We
time.
will sign our documentation and send it your way shortly.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for being with us tonight.
Have a good night.
Thank you. We are now moving to 9.2. This is an employment contract. This is an action item. We'll need a motion in a second. But first, let me read that this is recommended the Board of Trustees approve the employment contract as submitted for Fawaz Al-Maulud, Dean, Trades and Applied Technologies, for the term of 2025 through 2027, with an annual salary of $215,601 plus healthcare benefits and insurance. I'll need a motion and a second to adopt this employment contract.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Malulu, second by Trustee Zia. Any discussion on the item? There is a designation. This is a new hire outside of the district. Seeing here none, we'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. The contract is adopted. Moving to Section 10, Academic Senate. 10.1 is new, modified, and inactive programs of study. This is an action item, and we'll have the Board of Trustees approve new and modified inactive programs effective fall 2026 as submitted. And there's one attachment in program that's new, and we did get a handout. It's AI Literacy Certificate of Accomplishment. I'll need a motion in a second to move forward.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Malulu, second by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion on the item? Dr. Munoz, we had a little AI policy earlier today. Can you share what's in our certificate of accomplishment?
Actually, I would prefer to have Dr. Douglas speak to it since it's in his area. I want to give him the shine. Go ahead, Dr. Douglas.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Munoz. So a couple of things to note here. One is that this is the beginning of what we believe to be an ongoing trend with our AI curriculum development, and you can anticipate seeing a degree coming through very shortly. And we're anticipating with this particular certificate, it will be really part of some stackable certificates that can lead to the associate degree. So for the fall semester, we're anticipating for fall that we'll be able to offer these first courses in a series of courses. So to provide, the students just training in AI, familiarity with AI, to whet their appetite.
That's great. Senate President Hunt, how did this go through the Academic Senate and the creation of the curriculum for these two new classes?
So it was presented.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Sorry.
Sorry to put you on the spot, but just.
Okay. No. So it was presented through the curriculum committee, and there's representatives from all of the various different departments that had the opportunity to provide feedback and input into it. But in terms of it coming to the Senate, we've been working on a number of AI initiatives, including the AI policy, and we're really trying to position ourselves at the forefront of AI and trying to make sure that we are, number one, preparing students for jobs and future endeavors with AI, but then also making sure that we're providing faculty with as much professional development related to AI as possible, and also ensuring that we are trying to infuse it into our courses, and we view this as one of the ways to be able to do that.
And if I may add, really what the focus is really on workplace tools and real-world applications, so students can become more acclimated with AI, and, in this changing environment. So we're really excited about it.
Great. Yeah, Dr. Munoz?
And then just towards looking toward the future, we have been very active in having discussions and under Dr. Douglas's leadership with Miami-Dade College. They're at the forefront of doing a lot of this work in AI. And so, did I say something funny?
It wasn't me, it was down there.
They've been at the forefront of working on curriculum in AI, and so we actually are planning for a site visit where we're going to take some key faculty members along with administrators to Miami-Dade, probably sometime, we're thinking, you said probably October? So that's going to be awesome.
All right. Thank you so much. Great, the motion has been made and sorry, Trustee Malauulu.
Thank you, President Untuck. I don't even know where to begin with this. I have so much respect for anybody who works in curriculum development. So I have a couple of questions about the process for the benefit of the public on campus, and I understand that it had to go through the Academic Senate, but how much of this course description and how much of the detail that is in this document was developed here on campus, and how much of it was prescribed by the Chancellor's office?
Oh, it was really initiated by our faculty. I want to give a shout out to our COS faculty, more particularly Vincent Caleb has been instrumental in this, has been a thought leader in this field for a while. And so he's been the initiator of much of the curriculum that's been developed, as well as the rest of the department, but big shout out to him.
That really warms my heart, because I've seen some of the suggested curricula that goes out to different, not just community colleges, but K through 12. And for many years, I was a part of that. My master's is actually in curriculum development, and it was so frustrating to have things shoved down your throat, to have somebody in a different demographic write curriculum that wasn't for your particular demographic. And there's one phrase that I want to share with you. If you bear with me a moment, I'm going to look it up, because here, Dr. Munoz, you'll appreciate this. I was on a Zoom, I can't even remember, I sit through so many meetings, but this phrase really speaks to me when it comes to curriculum development. We have to be demographically conscious, not demographically determinant. Was anybody on that Zoom with me when we heard that being said? Because I can't remember. But I was so excited when I heard that I put it in my notes, because as an organization, when we develop curriculum like this, we have to be acutely aware of the region that we serve. And right now, with everything that's happening in cybersecurity, with the ports, the automation, the job loss, the airport, and all of the different retail, the retail wars that are happening in our region, this curriculum speaks to the future, right? Jobs of the future. We have to future-proof work. This is for jobs we cannot see, we can't even anticipate. So to see that, and then to marry that phrase to it, demographically conscious, not demographically determinate, I just really want to commend whoever it was, whether it was one person or a department on campus, for having the foresight to develop this. So that is my kudos there. But the second thing is, this is the first of how many that are being worked on right now. If you can just perhaps give us a ballpark number. And the reason why I want to know what else is being worked on is because this one seems to be very office-focused, office-driven. But we at community colleges have students that are probably not interested in office systems. We have students that want manual work, which is why our trades department has had the boom and the explosiveness that it has. So what's coming down the pike? What will be next? What are we working on so that we know that this is a rapidly evolving process with AI and that we have other curriculum coming?
Thank you for that. And that is a part of it, that it is rapidly changing. And I'll just say that this is the tip of the iceberg. You can expect much more curriculum coming through, a complete associate's degree coming through, because things are changing regularly. But fortunately, we've got qualified and very talented faculty that are in the field, that are very knowledgeable, and they're forward-thinking. And so they're anticipating what the changing needs will be in the field as well, and creating that curriculum. So a full degree is coming. And ultimately, we're hoping that we'll have a bachelor's degree down the road. So we're, as Dr. Munoz mentioned, working very closely with Miami-Dade College to, because they were really one of the leaders in the area, and looking at their curriculum and how they went about developing theirs as well.
Could I comment? Sorry, I know I'm probably out of line, but can I comment?
You're not out of line. Yes, you can comment.
I just want to say that this is so important, and I'm going to tell you from a workforce perspective why it's so important. Also, not to be so sector specific. This curriculum allows for flexibility to be adaptable to various sectors that are 8 priority sectors specifically. In fact, I just got off a call earlier today with the LARC, with the regional consortia. We were also working on a region-wide AI sector-specific strategy. And so what this curriculum does is allow Long Beach actually to lead the work in the region and be able to apply this to the various sectors that are a priority for our areas. And so we need to keep it broad so that it's we're nimble enough to be able to adjust to healthcare, adjust to advanced manufacturing, adjust to all the different areas. And as we begin to grow and stack them, we'll be able to also kind of fine tune those specific AI needs for those sectors. So I just want to give a shout out to the faculty, Vincent for sure, and just for the leadership of the Senate for adopting this, because this definitely is aligned with what we're seeing and hearing back from industry. So I just wanted to share that. Sorry.
May I?
What? Trustee Malauulu, you are over your 5-minute time
Sorry.
for this item, but we can always talk offline.
We're
'cause
good.
We know each
I
other.
was just going to say thank you for speaking up about the workforce development.
Awesome. Great topic. I think there's a lot of interest from the board, and we turned it around in 3-4 months to get AI policy ratified tonight. So good work, everybody, and more. Sounds like a lot more to come. We still need to vote. So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it, and the program is adopted. Moving to 10.2, new modified inactive courses and distant learning addenda. This is also an action item that will need a motion and a second to advance. If you hold on, the Board of Trustees approved new modified inactive courses effective fall 2026 as submitted. And these include courses as imaging equipment and radiation production, digital image acquisition, fundamental ethics and laws of health, X-ray technician, AI machine learning, academic reading improvement, introduction to stats for business, and modifies 2 courses and has distant learning addenda for AI and machine learning foundations. So I'll need a motion and a second to adopt.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Malauulu, seconded by Trustee Morton. Any discussion on the new courses? Seeing here none, we'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it, and the courses are adopted. Moving now to Section 11, Academic Affairs. This is a first reading, 11.1 of Revised Board Policies Administrative Procedures for Chapter 4, Academic Affairs, Board Policy 4026, Administrative Procedure 4025, 4026, 4060 and 4070 are for informational purposes. They include philosophy and criteria of associate's degrees in general education, philosophy and criteria for international education, delineation of functional agreements, course auditing and auditing fees. There's attachments there. Any discussions or questions on these items? Seeing and hearing none, there's no vote. This is an information item, first reading. Moving to Section 12, Administrative Business Services. 12.1 is new and revised board policy, Chapter 6, Administrative Business Services Policy 6520. This is a first reading information item. No vote is required. It does include security for district property, board policy, and then 2 administrative procedures, including district policy, district property, and district vehicles. There's attachments there. Any questions on? Can I ask one question? What is the changes on the district vehicles, AP? On the 12.1, there's a BP for security and district property, and then we have a district vehicles AP, and I don't have a printed copy or up in front of me.
So this is actually a brand-new policy for the district in terms of the district, hold on, I'm going to pull it up, the district vehicles piece, which is just that it's an expression that any of our employees who drive district vehicles, it gives some procedural, in terms of them having DMV records and that what the maximum capacity of the passenger vans, et cetera. So it just outlines, we've actually never had it before. And so we thought it was a great opportunity as we work through the templates that are provided by CCLC to get this then on the books.
Excellent. Thanks for that clarification. Any other questions on the property or vehicles? It's an information item we do not need to vote on. So we'll move on now to 12.2 is the 2025-2026 institutional memberships. This is an action item. The recommendation of the Board of Trustees authorize district institutional memberships as submitted. The 2025-2026 institutional memberships are funded from unrestricted general fund, restricted general fund, and another fund as appropriate. I'll need a motion in a second.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Baxter, seconded by Trustee Malauulu. Any discussions on the institutional memberships? I did look through them. They're quite diverse and inclusive, and hopefully everybody's able to participate in their respective associations. With that, we'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. The memberships are adopted. Moving to 12.3, this is the third quarter budget performance report. This is an information item to keep the board and the college community informed about the status of the budget. This is the third quarter of the 24-25 budget. The quarterly third quarter budget performance report was prepared. An executive summary describing major changes in the year and the projections are also provided. There's 2 attachments there. Any questions or discussions on the third quarter budget update? Just one question. Any changes in our reserves?
Any reserve changes will actually happen when we close the books in July. And so we'll report that in the adopted budget when we get into September. But nothing we are projecting a deficit for the end of the year, so we're tracking that really closely. But those official numbers will be reported to the board in September.
Great. Thank you. I know it's always a hot topic that people want to know about. All right. That is information item. No vote is required. Moving to 12.4, this is an action item. This is the CCFS 311Q. This is the third quarter FSR, financial status report. This is an action item that recommends the Board of Trustees approve the 24-25 third quarter financial status report for the Long Beach Community College District and authorize transmittal of the report to the California Community College Chancellor's Office. This is required under Title V, Section 58.310 requires California Community College Districts to report quarterly on their financial condition. The attached CCFS-311Q satisfies this requirement and reflects the projected revenues and expenditures through June 30th, 2025, as well as actual activity covered from July 1st, 2024 through March 31st, 2025. I'll need a motion and a second to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Baxter, second by Trustee Morton. Any discussions on the FSR? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it, and the report is adopted and will be transmitted to the Chancellor. 12.5 is a resolution 2025-2026 on debt service estimate for Los Angeles County. This is an action item that's going to require a vote. It's recommended the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 051425A to authorize a debt service estimate to be provided to the County of Los Angeles respecting authority but unsold general obligation bonds. It is currently the intention of Long Beach Community College District to issue bonds not to exceed $250 million during the 25-26 fiscal year. The district presently has authorized but unissued general obligation bonds in the amount of $1,629,622,323. The district has requested the audit controller of the County of Los Angeles to provide certain information regarding the board's intention to issue bonds during the 2025-2026 fiscal year. This is an action item. We'll need a motion in a second.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Morton,
Second.
second by Trustee Malauulu. Any discussion on the item? There is a document we all do need to sign after this vote that we'll pass around. All right. We'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. 12.6 is another resolution for cash flow borrowing for Los Angeles County Treasurer. This is also an action item that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 051425B to authorize short-term borrowing up to $169.4 million for Los Angeles County Treasurer estimated. Approximately 90% of the anticipated revenue for district operations come from state general apportionment process. One of the state budget balancing strategies is the deferral of apportionment payments to community college districts. To prevent cash flow problems, the district may borrow up to $169.4 million from Los Angeles County Treasurer. Although the cash borrowing is typically not required, it can be a strategy when the district faces unforeseen financial circumstances. The short-term loan will be repaid as soon as the district receives the delayed apportionment funds from the state. I'll need a motion and a second on this. Motion by Trustee Malauulu.
Second.
Second by Dr. Morton. Any discussion on the item?
I have a question. Does the county charge interest?
I had the same question.
If we were to actually borrow, yes, we would owe interest against what we've borrowed.
And how much is it?
It depends. It gets calculated at the time that the borrowing happens.
Oh, okay.
And we may borrow for
Depends
a
on the-
smaller amount versus the whole amount.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I guess we would learn that in the budget hearing in September, maybe?
Correct. If we needed to take this strategy, what we would do is come to the board and give a if we ever had a cash flow issue. So the district hasn't done this since 2010, 2011 fiscal year during sort of the recession years. It was a strategy to kind of help mitigate some of the cash flow issues there. We don't actually anticipate needing to do this year. This just gives us flexibility if we needed to pursue that option.
Good.
If we were to do that, we'd probably first start with the next item, which is 12.8, which is just to borrow from our existing funds before we went to the county funds.
Great. And this is something I think we adopt every year, standard practice.
Correct. This is an operational.
Great. We'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. Moving to 12.7, this is another resolution on cash flow temporary interfund cash borrowing. This is an action item. It's recommended the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 051425C to authorize short-term borrowing between funds up to $33.4 million as submitted. Approximately 90% of the anticipated revenues from district operations come from the state general apportionment process. One of the state's budget balancing strategies is the deferral of apportionment payments to community college districts. To prevent cash flow problems, the district may transfer an amount not to exceed $33.4 million between funds Although cash borrowing is typically not required, it can be a strategy when districts face unforeseen financial circumstances. The short-term loan would be repaid as soon as the borrowing fund's cash flow issues are resolved. I'll need a motion and a second for this item.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Malauulu, second by trustee Baxter. Any discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Moving to 12.8, this is a subsequent environmental impact report for the Stadium Athletic Complex, SASC. This is an action item that will need a motion and a second, and this is long, and I got to read it all. Pursuant to regulations imposed by the Board of Governors of the California Community College, a community college district may comply with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, when acquiring or developing real property. On August 23rd, 2023, the LBCC Board of Trustees authorized the district to contract with Chambers Group, Inc. to prepare a supplemental environmental impact report to update the previously adopted program and environmental impact report. The proposed project includes the construction of a new state-of-the-art stadium athletic sports complex, SASC, on approximately 18-acre site to be better accommodate instructional needs as well as intercollegiate athletics. The improvements are intended to create and improve building space to support the LBCCD strategic plan and student learning outcomes. A new facility is also necessary due to the age deterioration of the fields and facilities. The SASC project would include approximately 180,000 square feet of new construction covering a portion of parking lot M west of the Veterans Memorial Stadium. The parking lot currently has 3,250 parking spaces, which will be reduced to 2,054 parking spaces. The existing Veterans Stadium will be demolished as part of the proposed project. The uses of buildings Q, R, and S, Veterans Stadium, will be contained within the SASC project. The SASC project will be used by campus students and staff in current events and expected to continue at the new facility. The proposed capacity of the stadium portion of the SASC will be approximately 10,000 seats, while proposed arena will be approximately 2,500 seats. The district has completed the final supplemental environmental impact report, SEIR, describing the proposed project and potential impacts of the environment. These environmental impacts were determined based on the completed initial study, IS, draft SEIR, and comments received during the public review period. The notice of preparation, NOPE, was available for review at the Michelle Obama Library, the LBCC Liberal Arts Campus Library, and LBCC Trade Tech's Campus Library. The notice of completion, NOC, was made available for review at the Veterans Memorial Stadium during the public review period of February 19th, 2025 through April 5th, 2025. The LBCCD board motion to vote for the notice of determination and subsequent environmental impact report, SEIR, the findings of fact, and the statement of overriding considerations as submitted. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second to adopt.
So moved.
All right, we got a motion by trustee Malauulu. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Morton. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll flip. Michelle, let's flip that and make sure we record for the record there. Any discussion? I remember voting on this EIR process a couple years ago. Dr. Munoz, any update on this, or VP Jones? It's just standard CEQA ratification. This is the final CEQA step for it, right?
Correct, this is the final report.
Okay. And it is attached, and I don't know how many pages. It's almost, what, 3 megabytes? So it's probably a lot.
It's a large
Okay.
document.
All right. Anybody wants to read it for students? It's available online. All right, let's take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it, and the impact report is adopted. 12.9, resolution, Liberal Arts Campus Student Housing Project Authorization for Utilization of Design Build Process and Contract Award. So, hold on. I got it. Hold on. I got this one. I got a lot to read on this one.
Yes, to read it all.
This is the big enchilada here. All right, so it's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve Resolution 051425D, authorizing the district to utilize the design build process for the liberal arts campus student housing project, authorizing the Vice President, Business Services, or designee to enter into and execute the agreement for design-build pre-construction services contract and authorize a stipend payment of $75,000 to the design-build entities not awarded the contract as submitted. The action is in accordance to Ed Code, Section 81700, which requires the governing board to make written findings, review the guidelines developed pursuant to this code, and adopt a resolution approving the use of design-build contract. Legislation passed in 2006 and 2007 allowed community college districts to utilize design-build processes for projects that exceed $2,500,000, or sorry, $2,500,000. The benefit of the design-build contract project delivery system includes a shortened time frame for the project, cost containment, reduction of construction complexity, and reduced exposure to risk for the district. This is contract number 220318 with Swinterton Builders for design-build services for liberal arts student housing project for a contract amount of $4,023,467 paid from the general obligation bond. The pre-construction contract requires the design-build entity, DBE, Swinterton Builders, to develop design documents for the project to 50% completion of the construction document phase of design documents. The Board of Trustees further authorized the district to pay a stipend of $75,000 to the respective DBEs not awarded the contract for the project. The district pre-qualified design builder entities through request for qualification process. 12 design build firms submitted statements of qualification for consideration, and 3 were pre-qualified and asked to submit proposals to respond to RFP 25B004, Liberal Arts Campus Student Housing Project. The following summaries are the result of the evaluation. Swinterton Builders and AC had a score of 957, and they were $4,023,467. Bernard Brothers and PBK Architects had a score of 883.2, and there was $3,781,369. The Clark Construction Group and Carrier Johnson and Culture, they received a score of 874.4. They were $3,088,937. The evaluation scoring was based on the criteria submitted in the RFP, including factors for A, DBE team, B, design concept, C, programming, D, project schedule, E, approach to maintain district's target value of the budget, F, energy efficiency goals, G, site logistics, plan presentation, H, pre-construction phase services costs. Last sentence. The district finds that the proposed submitted by Swinterton Builders is the best value for the district as determined by the objective criteria set forth in the RFP. This is an action item. There'll be a motion and a second. Motion by Trustee Malulu.
Second.
Second by Dr. Baxter. Any comments or questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Before we go to trustees, yeah, I have a question as well. I'd like to ask Vice President Jones. So we talked about this is not covered under the project labor agreement or community student workforce agreement, and we got concurrence that this is going to be the letter of attest is they're going to agree to participate on all the agreement, our community student workforce agreement items, or is it only a subset of it?
They are working to agree to both sets, both the student portion and the workforce agreement portion.
Great. It's my understanding in the agreement that the board can at any time add projects to our existing agreement without having to renegotiate it. I know Dr. Munoz or VP Jones, are we able to do that in short order, or is that would that be problematic with the RFP process?
We don't see that as problematic at all. We have the discretion to add. The board has the discretion to add.
Dr. Munoz, do we need to negotiate anything, or can we do that next month or 2 months?
So my thoughts are, based on the guidance, that it's allowable. We can bring something back next month or within the next 2 months. And it fits in nicely with the timeline. We're having our board retreat July 29th and 30th, where we're going to reprioritize some of the projects. now that we have Measure AC, which is a huge victory for us that will allow us to advance our building program. So I think that's very doable, and I can work with Vice President Jones on a timeline for that to bring something back to the board.
And this is, hold on, one last question. This is only one step of 3 for the whole design build, or is this 2 contracts?
This is 2 portions. So there's 2 parts of phase 1. So the pre-construction, part 1 of the pre-construction services portion covers the estimation, the scheduling, and the constructability services, which is on the board agenda for the $4 million, roughly $4 million, which will get us to that 50% construction document. The other piece of that is actually having a DSA-approved design package, which is another $3 million for a total of $7 million. So at the point when we want to, so the goal of phase 1 is always to come to some agreement about that lump sum dollar amount, which is the $91 million. We work collaboratively within the team at Long Beach City College, as well as Swinnerton and AC Martin, to sort of right size and make sure that as we go out to bid back in the November, December timeframe, that it conforms to that $91 million and or we make adjustments. If we are unhappy at that point, we have a fully fleshed DSA approved package that can go back out to the field for rebuilding if we need to.
Great. And last question, why are we, looks like we're paying $75,000 to everybody who didn't win? Is that correct?
That is correct. So for the 3 pre-qualified bidders, there's an incredible amount of time that those entities actually put into the processes, and it was actually built into the RFP language. So it was specified as they worked or agreed to sort of bid to the project that they would be compensated if they were not selected. But it's just for the 2 DBE firms that did not win the contract.
Great, thank you. Go to Trustee Malauulu. Well, it's the president's prerogative to pick who, and I saw both of you. So I'm going to go Trustee Malauulu, and then I go to Trustee Zia.
Thank you. Dr. Munoz, maybe you can correct me because I think I might be confusing the process, but isn't there a committee step somewhere where if we do want to make changes to the construction plan, either, I'm foggy in my memory, but I seem to recall that there was a board committee or an ad hoc committee where we met to, back when it was Vice President Drinkwine, I remember having meetings to modify, I think it was Building M, or to move things around. Was that something that the board imposed at the time, or is that maybe the Bond Oversight Committee had to do? But I just seem to remember that there's some kind of committee step in there.
So I can't speak directly to that period of time because obviously I wasn't superintendent president at the time. I do know in general, as a board, you could have ad hoc committees, and there might have been an ad hoc committee at that time that was leveraged of 1 or 2 board members to begin to advise and provide guidance and feedback. Since I've been superintendent president, we've been doing this mostly through the entire board at board retreats and discussions. So some of the directions that's been given related to the project list for Measure AC, or some of the reprioritization of Measure LB and Measure M funds, that was done in consultation with the whole board, the entire board, through our board retreat process. Now, at any point, it's the privilege of board president and this board to create ad hoc committees that can go deeper than maybe what we're doing at a board retreat environment. But that's how we've approached it, at least during my tenure. As far as that specific activity or event that you're talking about with Vice President Drinkwine, I vaguely recall that maybe you might have had an ad hoc committee at that time, and there was some deeper conversations happening through that process. But as I said, since I've been in this seat, we've been kind of having these conversations with the entire board through that kind of retreat function.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I can just clarify, yes, there was a ad hoc facility committee. Both Trustee Z and I were on it for 2018 through 2020. And all those recommendations went to the full board and was ratified in the 5-year facilities agreement we adopt every year. So,
yeah, I served on that facilities committee too. Now, I just remember that when we had to make changes to the construction plan, that the committee met and vetted it, and then we brought it back to the board. But, you know, I serve at the pleasure of, you know, whoever's president and superintendent at the time, whatever the process is that you establish.
Great, thank you. Go to trustee Zia.
Yes, just to be clear, this is $4 million to pay for the construction design documents, not the actual construction work. That's the way I'm understanding the literature here, the text here. So how are we going to ascribe a project labor agreement since it's a design document? That's one question. Second question is, I asked earlier, I really appreciate the description provided. I want to applaud staff. Great job, Candace. This is good work. I did have a question about how much cost had bearing on the full score, what percentage that was. I understand it's a design build, it's not a low bid situation, but I want to know what percentage was applied to the price, because it's about over $900,000 higher than the lowest bid, and I'd like to better understand that. And this is we're only paying for 50% of construction documents, not the full set. It appears that way from what I'm reading, the $4 million. Is that accurate?
I'm going to take your questions, Trustee Zia, in phases. So I'm going to first speak to the first question, which was around the project labor agreement, and this being, the contract this evening really being around the pre-construction services. You are absolutely correct. What the expression from Swinterton this evening, though, was to apply the PLA to the actual construction piece in November, that they are committing to assenting to that portion of the project. So I hope that provides a little bit more clarity there. I'm going to have to circle back on what percentage of the calculations went to the cost, and I will share that with our board secretary to give back out to the full board. And then I think
that was it.
Okay.
Just as a point of information, we are paying less. Last July, we had we let a bid to PCL, awarded contract, and for the DBEs, we gave $175,000. So we're providing less of a stipend. I think that's good that we're being more prudent, fiscally prudent. I noticed that. I'm sure there's a good rationale. I'm not going to question it since it's less money. And for another point of information, I'm the one who appointed President Intuk at the time on that facilities committee. Alas, the relationship has ruptured.
All right, any other comments on the agenda item before us? Seeing and hearing none, we do have a motion by trustee Malulu and a second by trustee Baxter. We'll go to vote. You know what, Secretary Reese, let's do a roll call vote because this is such an important and historic vote. Let's see where everyone lands.
Student trustee Gonzalez,
Abstain.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Annette Morton,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
The ayes have it, and the contract is adopted. Congratulations. All right, moving to 13. A couple more sections, folks. 13, Student Services. 13.1 is a revised board policy administrative procedure, Chapter 5, Student Services. Oop, did I skip one? Oh, Long Beach State. That's a good old school because I went there. All right, let's see. 12.10 is an action item. This is the California State University Long Beach Memorandum of Understanding. This is recommended the Board of Trustees to authorize Vice President, Business Services, or designee to enter into a memorandum of understanding as submitted, contract number 500316, with California State University Long Beach. The MOU shall become operational and effective upon execution by both parties. The MOU shall remain in effect until a comprehensive management agreement is executed by both parties until terminated by mutual written consent of both parties. Background: the memorandum of understanding outlines the mutual intent and understanding between both parties regarding the future management and operation of the liberal arts campus student housing project upon its completion and occupancy. I'll need a motion and a second to advance.
Second.
Motion by trustee Malulu, second by trustee Baxter. Any discussion? Dr. Munoz, do you want to give an update on this?
I just want to take a moment to acknowledge President Connolly from Cal State Long Beach. As we all know, President Connolly has announced a retirement and will be retiring in July. And, just to really, I think, illustrate, we had this wonderful promise presentation today by Dr. Sims. And I think this really illustrates the power of the promise. I sat with her at lunch in December and we talked about this idea of Cal State Long Beach being the operator. And she's like, okay, we need to move because I'm going to be retiring. And I think it was in December she announced, I'm going to be retiring in July. And so I just really want to thank her personally and publicly for really prioritizing our ability to execute this MOU as quickly as we did. And again, thank you to Vice President Jones, Dr. Corral, Fabiola. I know it was a team effort and we really appreciate it, but I want to just, again, go on the record to thank President Connolly and wish her all the best in her retirement.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions, comments? Attached is a copy of the MOU, which will be between us and the university. We'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. The MOU is adopted. Now, Section 13, Student Services. 13.1 is Revised Board Policy, Administrative Procedure, Chapter 5, Student Services, Board Policy 5055, First Reading, and Administrative Procedures, 5420, 5500, 5510, 5530. Those are information items. This is a first reading. These have to do with Associated Students Organization Finance, standards of student conduct, off-campus student organizations, student discipline procedures, students' rights and grievances. Any discussion on these items? This is an information item not requiring a vote. With that, we will move on. 14, board committee reports. I don't believe we had any committees meet in the last month or since the last meeting. Moving to section 15, bargaining unit reports. 15.1 is LBCCFA, bargaining president's report, Suzanne Engelhardt for 5 minutes. Suzanne did notify she would not be able to be here tonight, and I don't believe there's another representative from FA. All right, moving to 15.2, AFT bargaining president's report from Robert Remetta for 5 minutes. Is anyone from AFT here? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on. 15.3, this is a CHI bargaining president's report from Crystal Huckabee for 5 minutes. Is Crystal here? Anyone from from CHI? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on. Section 16, public comments on non-agenda items. I don't have any cards. I'm just kidding. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 folks. I'm going to call you in order to come up. It is 10 o'clock. Everybody gets 3 minutes, no more than 20 minutes on a topic. I do have to note that Al the Zionist and Sky have already spoken earlier in the meeting, and per our rules, each public commenter is only given 3 minutes. But we didn't keep track of how much you spoke in the first time, so if there's no objection from the board, we'll give you the full 3 minutes for this final public comment, if that's okay with my colleagues. All right, I'm gonna call up first, we'll go with Al the Zionist. And then we'll have Sky, and yeah. These are duplicates. Oh. You know what? Sorry. Hold on here. I grabbed the wrong ones. But you guys are both, can go first. Al, go ahead first, and then Sky.
Okay. Good evening, board members. I'm not just a Zionist, I'm a proud Zionist because I believe that Jews have the right to live in their homeland, the land of Israel, or as it is known in the Bible, the land of Zion. Tomorrow, May 15th, is what Palestinians commemorate as the Nakba Day, the day of their catastrophe. Yes, they suffered a catastrophe in 1948, but that does not mean that we should feel sorry for them. The Palestinians are victims of only one thing: the bad racist decisions that they have made over the past century. Beginning on April 4th, 1920, when the Palestinians decided to go on a mass killing spree of Jews during the Nebi Musa riots. The Palestinians were offered a state of their own in 1937 with a Peel Commission, but they rejected it because it meant having to split the land with the Jews having 17% of the land. So that was not sufficient. They were then offered a state of their own in 1947, but again rejected it because it meant having to split the land with Jews having 55% of the land. In 2007, they again rejected the partition plan. The percentage of the 2000 partition plan has not been made public, but the exact numbers do not matter because it has nothing to do with any numbers. The only number that matters to the Palestinians is 0. That's the number of Jews that they want to see live in the land of Zion, and that is exactly the same as the Nazi final solution for the Jewish question. Here on the campus of the Long Beach City College, we have a major infestation of Nazi-loving, racist, pro-Hamas anti-Semites who repeat the greatest lie in the history of mankind, that Israel is committing a genocide. The truth is that Israel is doing the exact opposite of a genocide. Israel is preventing a second Holocaust. And yes, it is anti-Semitic to say that the Jews cannot defend themselves from a second Holocaust. While the Nazi-loving, racist, pro-Hamas anti-Semites have a First Amendment constitutional right to spew their filthy and disgusting racism, you on the dais have the duty and responsibility to discourage this filthy racism from festering within this boardroom. Here are a couple of actions you can take. First, pass a rule to prohibit any face covering or mask when speaking from the lectern. The pandemic is long behind us, and there's plenty of social distancing for any speaker speaking from this lectern. There's absolutely no need to wear face masks except to spread filthy and disgusting racism. Now, this will discourage the softcore anti-Semites from spewing their anti-Semitism within this boardroom. For the hardcore anti-Semites, those that get their anti-Semitism from their mother's breast milk, we need to implement a stronger measure. For the hardcore Nazi-loving, racist, pro-Hamas anti-Semites, we need to pass a resolution calling for more aid for Israel every time they come and spew their disgusting racism in this boardroom. This will send a clear and unambiguous message to the Nazi-loving, racist, pro-Hamas anti-Semites that they are not wanted here.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Sky for 3 minutes.
Man, you should get some new material. I'm pretty sure you're just reading the same speech, but I wanted to make an unrelated comment. I was under the impression that you could have multiple comments as long as they're not on related issues. Is that the case or no? No? Okay, well, I'll ask you after if you don't want to answer right now. I wanted to take this time to acknowledge again student trustee G. I didn't realize that there was going to be an acknowledgement earlier. I would have loved to come up, but wasn't sure if I was able to, but I really appreciate everything you do, all the dedication, all your work to make sure you're representing the students and what they want and what they need. And a lot of it is thankless. You know, students might not even know they have a student trustee. They might not know that you're here putting in all this work for us. And it makes me very sad to see when the minimal amount of public recognition you can receive from the board members is not universally granted to you. Certain board members neglecting to give you the proper accolades and acknowledge all the work that you've done, regardless of their own personal opinions, is frankly inappropriate, unprofessional, and sad. And speaking of inappropriate, unprofessional, and sad, I don't know, this is a personal comment. I don't know what beef Trustee Zia and Board President Untuck, y'all have. I'm sure it's viable. It's completely valid. It's very inappropriate, very embarrassing, and reflects poorly on yourselves, the college, the board, and the whole institution when you get up here and you start spewing personal attacks. And I think it's also, to be fair, to note, I find it very petty and unprofessional that you don't let her speak if she's just a couple seconds late to adding in her own comments or questions or concerns. I think you need to stop letting her bother you so much. I think you need to let her speak. And I think you need to keep your opinions to private matters. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two more speakers, and I'll just reread the public comment. There's a total of 3 minutes allowed to each speaker, with a maximum of 20 minutes per subject, is the public speaking rules. So we'll go now to Usama Habash.
Good evening, board members. I just want to preface this by saying this is my first time doing something like this, so I am open to any constructive criticism if my decorum is not up to par today. My name is Usama Habash, and I'm a student here at Long Beach City College. I've had the pleasure of briefly speaking with some of you before, and I want to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to listen to me. I come before you today with grace and respect, but also with sorrow and frustration in my heart. I'm a Palestinian American, and I am proud of who I am. I'm sure many of you are aware of the divestment advocacy group on campus. I'm here today to represent myself, but also to represent them. And as one of the many students who are directly impacted by the issue we raise. Last time I was here, I wore a mask. Today, I chose to show my face because I want you to see the face of a Palestinian student who walks these halls with a heavy heart, carrying the pain of what's happening in my homeland and the burden of the complicity I feel simply by being here. You should know Palestinian students and many others from diverse backgrounds see this complicity too. And we are asking, urging, and begging you to take action, especially when it comes to divestment and the protection of your students. Yes, I mostly feel safe on campus, but in the back of my mind, there is a well-founded fear I have, that my identity, my beliefs, and even my presence as a student could be used against me. I'm not here to be loud or angry or disruptive. I'm here to implore you, please take our voices seriously. The solutions we're asking should have come months ago. I understand there are bureaucratic hurdles, but I haven't seen this issue on your agenda, despite how many times it's been raised to you all. For a college that prides itself on inclusivity and opportunity, your inaction has left many of us feeling excluded and ignored. So today, I urge you to hear us. Take our words and voices of students like me seriously. Act with urgency this moment demands. If you have the responsibility to sit on this board, then you have the responsibility to come together and find a real meaningful solution. Thank you, and free Palestine.
And our final speaker of the night is Calvin Lewis. Is Calvin here?
Hello, everyone, and good evening to the Honorable Board of Trustees. My name is Calvin Lewis, and I've had the pleasure and honor of serving as the representative for evening and online students for ASB since spring semester of 2024. I joined this position with understanding the needs of both evening and online students firsthand. I myself have been an evening and online student since my return to Long Beach City College back in 2023, starting with one class and eventually developing into a full-time student for the past 4 semesters. During this time, I have noticed the needs for other EAO students and have made it my mission to create events, find resources, and connect fellow students with clubs and staff members sharing commonalities regarding their futures after LBCC. Myself and other ASB members have been able to accomplish this mission by creating events and areas of opportunity for EAO students to truly feel as though they belong at Long Beach City College. One event that has been a massive success here on campus has been the ASB After Dark event, which we hold once a month at both LAC and TTC campus alike. This event specializes in allowing evening students to grab a bite to eat and a cup of caffeine, helping them regain the energy to make it through that evening class. In total, we've had over 17 After Darks, promoted campus events for 75 clubs, and have fed thousands of students in just 4 semesters. These results have changed the community of the school and serve as an example as to why LBCC must find ways to provide more outlets of success to our evening and online students. This includes transfer center, admissions, counseling, and food services. In order to continue to grow as a college, these areas of need must be addressed and improved drastically. I'm asking that the board consider one night a week in which these services can be provided to students, creating a drastic change on campus. I feel as though I speak for most of the campus community when I say that this is long overdue. After the semester, I'll be continuing my journey over at UCLA, but will be returning as an alumni to check on the progress towards this change and to ensure that others like myself be provided with the outlets to success to feel as though, like I said before, they belong at Long Beach City College. I thank you all for your time and dedication and continued work you put into this institution, and wanted to thank my fellow ASB members, I see you, G, for all the timeless efforts to making our campus inclusive for all. Have a great evening. Thank you so much. Go Vikings. And with the little bit of time I have left, I would also like to say that we continue these efforts through pushing our own independent projects such as safety videos and other things like that, and we will continue to lay the foundation for these until the semester is over. That way we can leave a trailblaze for the next incoming cabinet. Thank you all. I appreciate you all. Go LBCC.
Thank you, Calvin, and congratulations on your transfer to UCLA. We are now moving to section 17. We will be adjourning to a second closed session here, 17.1. We still have item 1.4, 1.9 to address, and we will report out after that time. We're going to adjourn our open session here. The next regular scheduled meeting of the Board of Trustees will be on June 25th, 2025, with closed session starting at 4:30, open session starting at 5:53. Wish everyone a safe end of their semester. I look forward to seeing everyone at graduation on June 6th. With this, it concludes and adjourns our open session of the meeting. Thank you, everybody. President Malulu, can you retain yourself? All right, welcome everyone. We are back at a closed session. I'm Uduak Joe Intuk, President of the Board, Presiding Officer. It's May 14th, 11:06. We are coming out of our second closed session here, item 17.1. Moving to item 17.2, there's no reportable action from our closed session meeting. And this now adjourns our total meeting. Our next regular meeting will be on, the Board of Trustees will be on Tuesday, June 25th, 2025, with closed session at 4:30, open session at 5:30 here at the Liberal Arts Campus. Thanks. Wednesday. See ya. So tired here. All right, it's 11:06, and we are adjourning the meeting for the month. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.